Okay. Okay. Workshop ideas or something going on. Good evening. There we go. Thank you. Welcome to the March 13th, 2025 work session for the Suffolk City School Board. We will call the meeting to order at this time. We have two presentations for the board and the community this evening, so I will yield the floor to Dr. Gordon first to introduce our first presenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. School board members in our school community, I'm going to call to the podium Dr. Hope Sinclair, Executive Director for Communities and Schools of Hampton Roads. Dr. Sinclair at Communities and Schools has been an excellent partner of Suffolk Public Schools. She wanted to take some time to provide an overview of the program that we currently have in 5 of our schools, mainly in that Kings Fork High School feeder pattern. And the school division is thrilled about the additional support that we have for our students and staff due to our partnerships with CIS. So, Dr. Sinclair.
Thank you guys so much for allowing me to speak today. You might have to do a wink or something because when I talk about CIS, I get excited. So thank you again. We're going to try to dive deep into why we're here. And I want to make sure, okay, it's Gary. Understanding the problem. So many students here in Suffolk, specifically, they face academic barriers. So some of those come from challenges including poverty, lack of access to mental health that relate to chronic absenteeism. So these barriers also contribute to lower graduation rates, behavioral issues, and disengagement from school. The effects of this problem create poverty. They create barriers to school attendance. Students struggling with non-academic challenges are more likely to, of course, drop out. And dropout rates, of course, affect local economy, workforce readiness, and crime rates. Dropouts are more likely to be unemployed or earn a low wage and become dependent upon public assistance. And you know, those same students who are living in poverty as students, they tend to be adults who live in poverty. However, schools cannot do this alone. So that's why we're here. Communities and schools surround students with a community of support, empowering them to stay in school and achieve in life. We do this through a K-12 model called Integrated Student Supports. We help weave a network of support to surround these students to ensure that any academic or non-academic barrier before them, we're helping them overcome that barrier. Some essential elements, to this are our site coordinators. Those are our team with the boots on the ground. They're the ones inside of schools. So our site coordinators are trained professionals. Most of them have human service backgrounds, and they work directly inside of the schools with the administrators, the students, and their families to assess student needs, develop a plan, and build a team to provide supports to students in schools. We have community partners as well who come inside of the schools, businesses, community agencies, and volunteers that work with the site coordinators to provide these resources for the students and their families, allowing these students to overcome those barriers to their success. And this is all done by our integrated student support model. We provide these things that help them get academic assistance, basic needs, behavioral interventions, college and career preparation, enrichment, family engagement, life skills, mental health, as well as physical health. Our overall success, so the 23-24 school year, we were in 30 schools throughout Hampton Roads, all 7 cities, and 83% of our case-managed students improved in their attendance, behaviors, or course performance. 96% of those same students, the K-11 students, K through 11, they were promoted to the next grade level, and 97% of the case-managed seniors graduated. But right here in Suffolk, we provided supports to 4,415 students in 5 of your schools. 353 of them benefited from our direct case management supports. Those were the individualized students who we case manage. 87% of those 353 students improved in attendance, 94% improved in their behaviors, 86% improved in their course performance, and 86% were promoted to the next grade level. And 100% of the seniors that we served at Kings Fork High School actually graduated. And that number it was 15 that were on the caseload that year. Suffolk Public Schools impact. So this particular year, we are serving whole school support. So we provide 3 tiers of support. Tier 1 is a whole school initiative. And then tier 2 is our individualized students where we do groups. And then also tier 3, those same individualized students also get to meet with us one-on-one at least once a month. So that's our 3 tiers of support. So out of the 5,854 students this year, in second quarter, 544 are who we're case managing. In Elephants Fork, we've maintained attendance at 85%, academics at 85, attendance at 90, and behavior at 96%. Hill Point has been 97% of those students, in academics, 93 in attendance, and 100% in behaviors. 91% at McBen have improved in academics, 92% in attendance, and 50% in behaviors, second quarter. This was for 23-24 school year. At Kings Fork Middle, we had 74% improve in academics, 25% approve in attendance, and 100% improve in behaviors. 83% of those students at Kings Fork High improved in academics, 92% in attendance, and 100% in improved behavior. So this study hasn't been released yet, but we had this individual who's done a study with CIS. She's working on her doctorate degree. It was a Harvard study that she found out or explored ways to improve outcomes for low-income students who are examined the long-term impact of communities and schools. In 2023, CIS supported 1.8 million students across 3,750 schools. The study found that 4 years of exposure to CIS increases adult earnings by $1,500 by the age of 30. The benefits are particularly pronounced for students from low-income families, with gains stemming from less time spent out of work and higher likelihood of holding a low-paying job. Each student who participated for 4 years is expected to contribute an additional $9,000 in taxes between the ages of 18 and 65, which is a good return on program costs. And these findings highlight how CIS programs boost economic mobility, especially in underprivileged communities, and support the growing movement for community schools. So the overview of our financials, during the 2023-24 revenue, the majority of our funds go right back into the community as far as paying our site coordinators. So a lot of our expenses are program expenses. Our site coordinator costs, so to have a full-time site coordinator per school, it's a cost of $78,100. And right now, CIS is providing site coordination at 5 schools, which the total cost is $390,500. The community investment over the years, so individuals who support our growth and our commitment here in Suffolk, include the VDOE Community Schools Funds, which allowed us to grow into Kings Fork High. Town Bank has been a great supporter, as well as Blocker, Centerra, Birdsong, Suffolk Foundation, North Suffolk Rotary Club, Richard Bennett Trust, and of course you all, Suffolk Public Schools. The return on investment is $11.60 of economic benefit for every dollar invested in CIS. High school graduates, of course, earn more, resulting in increased taxes paid at all levels, and increased disposable income. High school graduates are more likely to pursue post-secondary education, resulting in higher wages and even more taxes paid, and even more disposable income. High school graduates are less likely to depend upon public assistance, and high school graduates are less likely to be involved in the criminal justice system. For 24-25, our commitment to Suffolk is to continue to provide individualized student supports to at least 544 of Suffolk Public School students. We want to maintain our positive working relationship with SPS, administrators, teachers, and community partners. Facilitate at least 75% of our case-managed students' improvement in attendance, behaviors, and course performance, and facilitate promotion of at least 85% of case-managed K-11 students. And continue to promote 85%, at least 85% improvement on on-time graduation. I will stop there and yield for questions if you have any, but I do want to make sure you know I truly appreciate being here today.
Thank you, Dr. Sinclair. We appreciate you for your presentation and for the work that you're doing with our kiddos and the fruit that you're able to demonstrate. I will allow my colleagues, if any of them have any comments or questions, to go first. Anyone?
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Sinclair, thank you so much for coming out. Great presentation. From a board, what can we do to support you? I would love to see this in Booker T in my borough.
I love it when people ask me those type questions. So it's 3 things you can do. So if there's an opportunity for us to collaborate to raise funds for us to grow into Booker T, we'd love to be able to do that. That comes with collaboration on Title I funds or grant funding. We can use that, but that cost is that $78,100. Right now, we're using to offset. Suffolk Public Schools provides us $30,000, and we offset that with those foundations and those or Town Bank and all of them that I listed as well.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Anyone else?
Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to say thank you very much for all that you do, and I've met with you all, your colleagues before, and I am thrilled to have you in several of my schools. These statistics, I think, are amazing, and I just really, truly want to thank you.
There's no one else.
I just want to say thank you, as everyone else here. You always give a great presentation, and we were blessed to even see one of your classrooms today when we did a tour, the school board. And so we see that you're not just talking the talk, you are doing it, and our kids are doing wonderful things because of your dedication. So just like our Vice Chair McGee said, you know, whatever we can do to assist you, because all of our kids need this. All of our students need it. So, and I know it's expensive, but people have money. Other organizations have money too, so we just need to tap into that. And thank you.
I tell my team all the time, if you all would just volunteer, we could be in every school. But unfortunately, they like to get paid too.
Yeah. Well, I just want to reiterate, you know, whatever we can do to support, and the more specific you are with requests, the more, you know, task ready we are to jump in. I do have a question on slide 9. Can you help us understand maybe what from your vantage point, it seemed there was a little bit less improvement in academics and attendance at Kings Fork Middle. What can we do there? Do you have an opinion on what accounts for that?
Sure. So not off top. So I'm going to start there, but here's what we can always assume, which you shouldn't assume, but let's just walk with me for a second. That was a time where our site coordinator kind of transitioned.
Okay.
So she left, and then we have a new site coordinator at that point now, but that site coordinator transitioned, so that was a break in services as well.
Okay, that's very helpful.
Yes,
To know,
absolutely.
like, there was a cause to the effect we see.
Yes.
And hopefully those kiddos will show the same fruit that is listed on the screen at our other schools. If there are no other questions, then I will release Dr. Sinclair to enjoy the rest of her evening. All right, thank you so much for
Guys,
coming.
thanks.
Next up on the work session is a presentation by our very own Wendy Forsman. So put your thinking caps on. We've got a budget development presentation here, so I will yield the floor again to Dr. Gorton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to call to the podium Ms. Wendy Forsman, our Chief Financial Officer. She will also be assisted later on in the presentation by Mr. Tyrone Carr, our Coordinator of Finance. This was a request that actually came out of our last school board meeting, so you have several attachments that are in the agenda. The first was the budget development. It is just a FYI. This is the actual slide deck that both Mr. McGee and Ms. Fields went through as a part of our orientation process for new board members coming into their roles. You have attachments labeled outstanding purchase orders carried forward from 2024. Your May 9th, 2024 resolution, which kind of shows you an example of some of the things that we asked the city for to be encumbered. Your June 30th, 2024 financial statement, which is our end of year statement. As you all know, end of our fiscal year statement, Ms. Forsman has also made it clear that it also takes them a few weeks where everything is finalized in the month of August. The City of Suffolk Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, that is because the City of Suffolk is our funding agent. Suffolk Title I Federal Programs Monitoring Docket and Suffolk Title IV Federal Programs Protocol Document. Both of those are the hard copies that the board has beside them that Ms. Forsman decided to add to give you all greater insight into grants. So this presentation, the original time that she did this with the Finance Committee, took some time to do. So as we are going through this, I would encourage the board to potentially ask questions during that point, because there's a lot of information that might end up being kind of lost in the sauce if we wait until the very end. So Ms. Forsman, I will turn it over to you.
All right, good evening. Ty is going to drive because he is actually in the sheets that belong to Cherry Beckert. He had to sign in, he had to get in a code to get in, and so he's going to kind of drive this. I'm sorry it's so small on the screen, but we couldn't put it larger and him be able to navigate. But basically, there are 3 different smart sheets that start our audit. Our audits begin really July 1. There's a preliminary sheet. PBC in this case means prepared by client. We are the client, so everything you see here is prepared by us. And this is all, there's grayed out sections because as they receive things and they check boxes, it's grayed out. We don't have any control over what their stuff looks like, so I'm sorry if it's a little light for you to see. But basically, we start in July, as you can see the dates on the side are July, and they ask us for all of this information. We're not going to open everything because it would take about 3 hours if we tried to do it that way. But basically, they test our payroll controls, they test our cash disbursements, the controls that we have on that, who signs it, how often, which levels, how many levels, who reviews it, who re-reviews it, who checks it before it goes to the bank, who checks it after it's sent to the bank, because as you know, we have to send our checks to the bank individually now. They're called positive pay, and the bank will not cash a check unless they have that file and it matches. So all these levels have approvals, checks, and more approvals on them, and they're looking to see that we're following all those protocols. You can see then that we fill out key reconciliations, who reconciles what, when, how, and who reviews that reconciliation. All of that has to be disclosed to the auditors. They review it, they ask questions about it, they send a questionnaire for the IT department, they ask them about disaster recovery, they ask them about what are the oversights, what are the things in the system, that the controls that keep someone from overriding or doing something that they shouldn't do, and IT answers most of those questions. There's some that we have to answer in that group. Ty, if you'll scroll, please. Then there's some standard reportings, any correspondence with the auditor of public account. They do samples of revenue from the state. They want to see the screenshots from where the state sent the money to us so they can reconcile, did we actually receive that money? Did we post the money to the proper place? And they look at all of those items as part of the state disbursements to us. They're looking at the budget appropriation, everything from tonight's public hearing. We have to have a public hearing notice in the paper. They want to see the affidavit from the newspaper that says that we actually ran that. They don't take our word for it. They have to have an affidavit from the newspaper saying that they ran the ad for us. They also look at any kind of budget transfer summary. They want to see everything that transferred and where it transferred to and from. They want a copy of our original budget as approved by the board. It has to go to them line by line. They check it. They check by program and by object to ensure that we have uploaded the budget the board adopted. They look for any kind of resolutions from the city for appropriation, change in appropriations. Anytime we go to the city and say, like last year, the buses aren't going to come in, money reappropriated to the new year, all those resolutions have to be uploaded here, and they check those with the city's records as well to make sure that we're giving them the right stuff and that it all matches what the city appropriated and what we put in our system, and how we put it in the system matches what the city said to do. Conflict of interest statements from board members go up there. They look at all of our disbursements for 2024 for procurement. They want to see that we are following all the Procurement Act stuff. They do sample requests of payroll test of controls. They do samples of all disbursements. They do samples of the grants and expenditure walkthroughs for the grants to see, is the grant manager signing on grant expenditures? We cannot disperse money out of a grant without the grant manager, the person responsible for that grant, signing for it. So they want to make sure that that step has been followed, and it's been followed every time for our grants. They want a listing of all new grants we received during that year. And then when you go down a little bit further, Ty, they're looking at all these different statistic sheets and open items. So this is just the preliminary audit that starts in June. Ty, if you'll go on and go into the other one that is the regular audit. This next one is much more extensive. Once again, we are given this sheet. We have to sign into it. It's all secure. Everything we send through it is secure. But we have to go through every single one of these items and upload every single one. As you can see here, they're looking for all funds. They want our trial balance, was Anthem, what do they call that? Billed but not, no, received but not billed file, which means that everything that happened after June 30th that we have not yet been billed for, or everything that happened before June 30th that we have not been billed for, they check with Anthem to see what that liability is, and did we log that liability properly. They also want to know that everything that we paid to Anthem is what we owed to Anthem, so we don't have outstanding liabilities. And they ask Anthem, not us. We send what we did. They ask an outside source, were those the billings, and did they match? And then the same thing with your accounts receivable aging. They look at that. They want to know who owes us, how long it's been on the books, and is it a bona fide accounts receivable. Same thing with accounts payable. They do the same thing there. They look at everything that we show that we owe, and then they want to see that that is bona fide. Come down, they look at the inventories that are done. They look at the detailed reports of the assets. They want to know the beginning balance, the additions, the retirements, the ending balances. They not only look at that by large code, so like all the buildings, all the land, all the furniture, fixtures, and equipment, but they also look for it by school, and they want to know that we've surplus list, whenever there's a surplus list, whenever we've had any kind of sale, they want me to give the list of the sale, where the notices came, the check that came in. We keep copies of all these things and upload them here. Then they want to know the roll forward schedule. They also want to know, is our depreciation schedule complete? Is it right? They test that as well. Come down a little bit, Ty. They look at all the expenditures again, the payables again, the bill lists, and they choose bill lists they want to see, and they randomly choose, and we never know year to year which ones they're going to choose. But they also look at those ones that are in transition. So our year ends June 30th, but we also have until the 15th of August, 45 days, to finish paying the bills for the last year, because utilities don't come in for a month and things like that. So we have until August 15th to finish. But they look at every single check run after June 30th to ensure that we've accounted for everything in the proper year. So if we don't have it in the right year, they're going to write us up. So we're very careful with those check runs, as you can imagine, to make sure that we triple check them, that nothing is going in the wrong year. Then they're looking for check numbers from July, from the whole year, basically the whole fiscal year. We have to give them the first and the last one, and then they randomly sample among them. They don't know which ones are void. They don't know which ones were done each month, but they randomly sample those, and we have to pull the detail. If it's voided, why is it voided? What did we have to do to void it? Why was it voided? You know, who told us to void it? All those kinds of things. They also look at the Bank of America, which is our bank through the city treasurer's office. They do an analysis of our payroll and payroll taxes that we pay quarterly to ensure that we have properly done those taxes, and that they match everything in our books, and that they were done on time and sent to the IRS. They're looking for a breakdown of the compensated absences, and what that means is at the end of the year, everyone has annual leave and sick leave that they have a balance of. We have to give them, not only every single person, their balances at the beginning of the year, what they used and what was left at the end of the year, but we also have to then go in and say, how much is that worth for each person? So we have to show what it's worth for each person, so that they can put a total on the books of what's due to individual employees as a total for their annual leave and sick leave. Also, they're looking at number of employees. Let's see, come down, the unemployment reports, they want to see all 4 quarters of those. They're looking at the pension reports. Do we match the VRS? What we sent to the VRS, does that match what our payroll records show? In other words, when we take money out of people's checks for their retirement, does it match what the VRS, the outside source, says it's supposed to be? They do the OPEB report, which is the other post-employment benefits. That is a required thing because we offer health insurance. If you've been with us 20 years and been on our health insurance at least 24 months, if you retire with Suffolk Public Schools, you're allowed to stay on our health insurance until you reach age 65. There's a whole group of reports that goes behind that, and about $22 million that's invested that is all part of that we have to show them. All of the reporting for that, does it balance? They go to the outside source, verify the balances. They look for an actuary report. Every other year, we have a full actuary report. This year is a full actuary because we're on an odd year. Even years, we do a partial actuary report. And all of that information, there's a big census that's sent to them from our office. The auditors take that and audit it to make sure that we're giving the actuary the right amount so that they can value what we're supposed to have in our other post-employment benefit investment to make sure that we're doing that properly. They do all of that as part of that OPEB. The self-insurance, of course, is your Anthem, and Sedgwick is our workman's comp. They look at the Sedgwick claims. They verify with Sedgwick those are the claims. They verify with Sedgwick that we've got the right amount of reserve held for future claims. They verify every single statement that comes through that. We have to upload every single statement to them. They're looking for cash. Sometimes we have to send them cash for something that they have large, like someone has a large surgery. We have to send a lump sum to them. They're looking to see that we've reconciled all that and that we've accounted for all that in our books as part of the Sedgwick work. And so that we are sending them everything. There's what's called a SOC 1 report for Anthem and for Sedgwick, which is a report that these companies, they have to go out and hire auditors to audit them to make sure that they're protecting our data. So it's called a SOC 1 report. So they go out and they hire an auditor to come and make sure that they're protecting our data because they've got all our data. They've got everything. And so then we have to show the auditors that we have asked for that report and provide that report every year. We have monthly, the escrow for health and dental. There's an account where we run all of the money for Anthem through that shows everything we take out of people's checks, and then everything that we've paid to Anthem, all of that, they review that very carefully, and they look at the Anthem report to ensure that it all matches that. They're looking for the premiums withheld and the employer matches. They want to know the reserve for health insurance, that those are going in there every month, and that we are actually matching what we say we're going to match and what we told our employees we're going to do. The fund balances, again, that's for workman's comp. They're looking at the fund balance last year. What did we add or subtract in revenue and expense? What did we have in encumbrances? And then does that match the new fund balance that we're reporting to them? They look at the annual school report. This is an annual report that we send to the state by September 15th every year. It is literally every single expense we have in every single fund by category, and they have a specific format that Ty takes, about 2 weeks, Ty? About 2 weeks to put together and send to them. The auditors get it. They also audit that as well to ensure that, one, we've done it on time, and two, that it matches our books. Then for other things they look for the school board minutes. They look for the board members, they look for related parties. Again, they're looking for, the original budget, the final budget, that you all have approved that original budget and that we have come to you like we're supposed to and we have a transfer, and that they do a comparative of the original and the final. They also do a reconciliation, again, with the annual report to ensure that. They check our VOS valuation reports. They're looking for summary of the fund transfers. So if we move money from the operating fund to the grant fund for matching stuff for grants, they want to see that that's done and it's done properly and it matches in both the operating fund and the grant fund. They want to see that the benefits guide has been done, and that if there are any changes, we have to tell them what changes we've made to our benefits and benefits guide. The employee retiree guide, the same thing. If we made any changes for retirees, that we have to show them that. And then they want the cash flow statement worksheets. That is this one. Then we go on to the VRS audit. So in addition, they do a VRS audit, and these were all on that sheet that we gave you guys. The VRS audit is completely separate from our regular audit, and what they're doing is the Auditor of Public Accounts has requested that they do very specific items for just the retirement. So they look at what's called the snapshot, and they pick a month, and they take that and they audit that to ensure that what we're telling the VRS is someone's contracted rate is the rate on their contract or assignment, that all matches, and that it ran through the payroll properly, and that we uploaded the right amount every month for those individuals that they choose. They want the copies of payrolls for certain months. They want to provide the names of employees that don't participate in the VRS. They want to have letters from the VRS stating the contribution rates. So they don't take our word for it. They go to the VRS and get the contribution rates and ensure that we've properly managed that and done it the right way in our payroll system. Keep going, Ty. Is there any new hires? They look for new hires. They look for the schedule of payments. Did the payment that we sent to the VRS match what the VRS said we owed them? Were there any differences? If there were, we have to explain them and explain why there were differences. They want the full GASB report, which is a report that comes from the state that shows how much we owe for our non-professional group. That comes from the VRS. And they want to know the list of employees who received pay in 2024 so that they can then take that and randomly sample from that list the month that they have chosen for the VRS. So that is a completely separate audit. It has to be uploaded to the APA, and then if there are questions, we have to answer those questions through the APA. All of that to say, that's the audit of the grants fund, the operating fund, and the food nutritional services fund. When you get to the grants fund, there's also another level of audit, and you have at your desk the papers that we gave you. We're currently under audit for Title IV and Title A through the federal government, through the State Department of Education for monitoring for federal programs, and it's on a rotating basis. They do different plans each year. They come in completely separate from our external audit, and they are looking at all of these items on these pages. It's quite extensive what they're asking for. They're looking to see that we have complied with every part of every piece of the legislation that is for those particular programs, and if we have not, then we have findings. So they're looking for that. They also, when you're looking at the grants fund, every year there's what's called a yellow book audit that's not part of this piece here, and what they do is they choose 2 of our grants that are the largest ones to audit, and it changes every year. We never know which one they're going to choose. And so when they do the dive into that one, that's completely separate from all this auditing. They ask for a random sample from those specifically. For ESSER funds, which we call the CARES Act funds, they asked for every single transaction under those. And so they audit those separately under what's called the Yellow Book, and there's an entire set of rules and regulations that they have to follow for those grant funds that are completely separate from this, that we run through. And the grant managers have to help us pull the information because quite a bit of it is stuff on their side. But that is completely separate from all this auditing. And in addition to all of that, then the federal government asks us every quarter to fill out information on what we spent for the ESSER funding. And we have to show right down to how many students were served under this amount of tutoring. We have to show the details of that to the federal government through the website. So we have all that monitoring that goes on for all of these funds, and pretty much it's all year long. Someone's always asking us for something.
Anybody have any questions right here where there's a pause? Mr. Riddick?
Ms. Forsman, roughly, how many, I know that's one big workable document, but how many audits does that comprise of?
Including the federal monitoring, probably, would you say 5 or 6 a year, Ty? Yes. About 5 or 6 a year. 5 or 6 a year.
5 or 6 a year. And that's not including, and at the risk of being redundant, but that's not including the one that we do with the city?
No, that's including the one we do with the city.
And these are very, based off of what you're saying, it's not us, people just taking our words for it. It's, they're going to the source. It's making sure your word match up with what the source says, which we have no influence or control over. And these are part of when the city audit comes back and says no findings, this is how they come up with that.
That's correct.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Welcome. Anyone else?
A question, how long does the audit normally take?
We start in July, and mid-November, we're finishing up the last questions.
So it's not a just quick followed by they're very
Else? Okay. You want to continue, or are you
Well,
done?
that is pretty much the audits. I wanted to make sure I left plenty of time for questions. I would open a bunch of this, but it's a lot of scrolling, and I don't think it's something you can really see here. But to get to the magnitude of it, you would have to understand that I have 3 people in my office that, for those months of the year, spend 60% of their time just pulling stuff and putting it together for the auditors.
Dr. Gordon?
Ms. Forsman, can you take some time to just to explain to the board, to the school community about the process of validating transactions that come out of our schools and out of our departments? I know when we had the finance committee meeting, you went into a little bit of detail about the checks and balances, but I think that would be something good for them to hear as well.
Certainly. When someone wants to purchase something, the very first thing they have to do is see the amount. Anything under $5,000, they can purchase within their department, and they don't have to have quotes. They can purchase it within their department via their P card, which is their purchasing card, or they can purchase it by sending us a payment voucher or a requisition to our purchasing department, who will then purchase it for them. Before we will touch it, it has to have at least 2 signatures on it. So let's say a clerical person needs some supplies for a department. They sign it, their department head signs it, it comes to us, I review it, I sign it, it goes to purchasing, they review it, they sign it, and then they purchase it. So we're looking for at least 2 levels of authorization before we purchase it. What we're looking for in our office is, did they follow procurement? Is it under or over 5,000, under or over 10,000, or whatever the threshold is? If some of these things are larger, then we check and make sure that the procurement is there as well. Some things come to our office and they're looking for us to go out for bid, or they're looking for us to find a cooperative contract for it. So then we have to do that work first. Again, has to be properly authorized at least 2 levels before we will touch it. If they use their purchase card, not only they have to have every single receipt that's detailed, and then it has to be signed off 1 level above them, and then reviewed online and signed off by their department head, it comes to me to sign off, and then it goes to Ty to sign off and review before it's uploaded into our system. And then I review it again before it comes to you as a board, because I want to make sure I understand each one and that I've ensured that each one has gone to the correct line. So there are multiple levels of review. Anything that's moved, any transfer that's made, any budget adjustments made, automatically goes to Dr. Gordon. It doesn't stop with me. It goes above my head because we don't move money without Dr. Gordon knowing it.
Thank you. And thank you for bringing up purchase cards, because as you're aware, that's been the chatter, at least since I've been on the board. And so I was going to ask, but I think you beat me to it, to confirm on the record, for the public to hear, that purchase cards are part of this lengthy audit process as well.
Absolutely, and we ask for every single receipt from every single department. We review it, and we scan it in every single month. You can't purchase something on a purchase card without us knowing it, because most purchase cards have either 0 as their balance, meaning they can't purchase it at all unless they get authorization from us, or if they have a limit, it's a very small limit, and if they go over it, the purchase card will decline it. Some folks will travel and not tell us, and when they travel and they don't tell us, it declines it at their hotel. So they have to call us so that we can make sure that the Bank of America knows they're traveling. Some of our board members, unfortunately, have seen that in the past. But really and truly, there's a lot of things that you cannot do with the P card. It's not going to allow you. You can't buy anything from Amazon on the P card without coming through our office. It's all locked down. It's one Amazon account, business account, to purchase everything. People cannot open their own Amazon accounts individually. It's not allowed, and Amazon won't approve it.
Are there any other questions? Go ahead.
Thank you for explaining that and the multi-level checks and balances. Can you also add in an explanation of the checks and balances if you're not in one of the schools, and say you're in the SAO office, or you're on the school board, or you're the superintendent, what are the checks and balances for those 3 different departments? Because it seems like the schools have plenty of layers they have to filter through.
It's the same for the school administration office. So if I purchase something, Dr. Gordon signs off on it, okay? If clerical staff purchases something, then their department head or director signs off on it, and then the chief will see it, and then it comes to me. So it's multiple layers of workflows that are done through this Bank of America system that we cannot finalize it unless it's all done. And so literally every month when we're looking to finalize that report and pay the bill, there are some times that we have to go back to folks and say, you haven't approved this, we can't do anything until it's approved. And so they have to approve it before we can do the billing.
Question? Oh, okay. Anyone else? Go ahead.
I don't want to beat a dead horse. So that's, I mean, what about like with, per se, the school board? If school board makes purchases, and I know we just get our cards when we travel, and, you know, so those checks and balances on those purchases, can you explain that process, and also Dr. Gordon's process for his purchases?
Certainly. Your purchases for the board go to Ms. Gardner, or she either makes the purchase or it goes to her, one of the two, and then it flows to me to look at and review. And she'll tell you, I call and ask questions when I don't understand something, and then I finalize it, and it goes on to the report that Ty pulls, and then I re-review it when it comes out as a report. Dr. Gordon, the same thing. If he purchases something, Ms. Gardner usually sees it first and puts an account code on it, and then it comes to me for review and approval. And he'll tell you the same thing. If I don't understand, I'm calling him, because I look at it carefully.
Anyone else have any further questions? If I can just say thank you for working here. I mean, just the attachments blew my mind, and then this is next level stuff here. I just appreciate your work. I appreciate you.
Good team.
You do have a good team. I appreciate you as well, and all the folks that aren't here tonight. So send my gratitude back to the office tomorrow, because back to work you go. I appreciate this information. It is a lot, and it is complex, but the weight of what you do, I hope, was on display tonight. Is this presentation complete? No one has any further questions?
I have one thing.
Sure.
Ms. Forsman, the treasurer's office, clean it up for me, but I want to make sure we pull this out as well. The treasurer's office serves what role in what we're doing as far as with our reports and things?
Certainly. The treasurer's office, all of our funds run through the treasurer's office. The bank account, everything runs through the treasurer's office. And so every month we have to reconcile with the treasurer's office who reconciles our bank account. So Ty spends a lot of time making sure that that sheet is correct that runs between him and the treasurer's office, because again, the auditors look at both sides of that when they're doing the audit. It has to match on both sides. Every entry has to match on both sides, or they will not, they won't approve it for us, basically. So the auditors that come into the treasurer's office are looking for on the city side, but they also come to our side to look for reconciling items at year end. So something that's on their books that might not be on our books, and why, and vice versa. So it is a very much interspersed relationship with each other, where each of us is reliant on the other. We have to call them if we get something from the bank account that we don't understand. We have to call them for them to research it. And they have to call us if they have something on the bank reconciliation that they don't have or understand, they call us. But every month, we balance to the penny. We do not stop until we're to the penny.
I just wanted to pull that out because I want to make sure us as board members as well as the general public understand that our finances are not just accounted for within our office. There are many different scopes and lenses that are magnified in on how the way we operate with our finances, especially when we're talking about the audit, especially when, there's chatter as into, this group can pull something off. It's going to take more than two people to pull something off because there's so many other areas linked and connected together that one penny off will trigger a domino effect. So I just wanted to make sure that there was clarity in that context.
And if I can just really quickly, the school activity funds are not different from this in that they do have separate bank accounts, but everything has to be reconciled, and the auditors are looking at those bank accounts, they're looking at all the disbursements. We have to give them the same information that we're giving to them for ours, how many checks have been written, what the check numbers are, what the receipts are, where did they come from, and they pull random samples of the schools as well, and every single school gets those random samples.
Ms. Forsman? So that, I believe, concludes our budget development presentation, which officially, I believe, concludes our work session. Next up on the agenda at this time is a motion to go into a closed meeting.
Motion is needed to go into a closed meeting to discuss the following item and subject pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711 of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act. The discussion and/or consideration of a discipline matter regarding school board member Dr. Dawn Marie Brittingham, because it has been alleged that board member Brittingham violated school board norm 2-2.6:1A3, requiring that members of the school board be respectful of the different roles and responsibilities throughout the school division and maintain focus on policy and governance. School board norm 2-2.6:1A5, requiring that members of the school board be focused on the work as a school board member and not interfere with the day-to-day operations of Suffolk Public Schools, which is the delegated responsibility of the school superintendent, and School Board Protocol 2-2.6:1B5, providing that individual school board members are not to communicate directly with subordinate administrators without first discussing with the school superintendent, which is authorized by Virginia Freedom of Information Act, found in Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A1.
Do I have a motion to go into closed session?
Madam Chair, I motion to go into closed session.
Is there a second?
Second.
The motion has been made by Vice Chair McGee and seconded by Board Member Jenkins. Is there any discussion? Are we ready to vote?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham?
Yes.
Board Member Fields?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove?
Yes.
Vice Chair McGee?
Yes.
Board Chair Howell?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay, don't forget to leave your personal electronics with Ms. Gardner and Mrs. Johnson. You can take your school-issued Chromebook with you if you so choose. so I go in the right order.
That means we're not gonna eat it
Bathroom?
till
He's
when?
getting his food first. I'm rolling. He's in.
Members, you don't need me to certify.
Right, yes, please. At this time, we are reconvening our open meeting, and we have the certification of the closed meeting next.
Certification of the closed meeting of March 13th, 2025 pursuant to Section 2.2-3712 of the Code of Virginia. Whereas the School Board of the City of Suffolk convened a closed meeting on this date pursuant to an affirmative recorded vote and in accordance with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act. And whereas Section 2.2-3712 of the Code of Virginia requires a certification by the school board that such closed meeting was conducted in conformity with Virginia law. Now therefore be it resolved that the School Board of the City of Suffolk hereby certifies that to the best of each member's knowledge, number one, only business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which this resolution of certification applies. And number two, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the School Board of the City of Suffolk.
So moved.
Motion has been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, the motion has been moved by Board Member Riddick and seconded by Board Member Jenkins. Are we ready to vote to certify the closed session? Yes.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham.
Yes.
Board Member Fields.
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins.
Yes.
Board Member Riddick.
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove.
Yes.
Vice Chair McGee.
Yes.
Board Chair Howell.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. At this time, we're going to recess for 5 minutes so we can just pack up our dinner. I will say that if you're here to speak on the public budget hearing, please make sure you grab the half slip of paper at the back and fill out the information. Get it up here to Ms. Gardner in the lovely yellow shirt, and we will be back in 5 minutes. this time, we will call to order the public budget hearing for the March 2025 Suffolk Public School. Ms. Gardner, do we have any speakers that have turned in their slip?
I have one speaker, Dr. Anita Lewis.
Okay. Does she read her spiel for this? Dr. Lewis, if you want to come on up to the mic.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of the board, and also Dr. Gordon. I am Dr. Anita Lewis, and I'm here on behalf of the Nansemond Suffolk NAACP, where our newly elected president is Ms. Valerie Borkin, and we are here accompanied with some of the members of the NAACP. The NAACP is the largest civil rights organization formed by a diverse group of like-minded individuals 116 years ago to address some of the injustices our country was experiencing at that time. Our mission is to achieve equity, political rights, social inclusion by advancing policies and practices that expand human and civil rights, eliminate discrimination, and accelerate the well-being, education, and economic security of Black people and all persons of color. Let me thank you, first of all, for you all joining us, those that did, for our Freedom Fund banquet. We were elated to honor and thank retired board members Dr. Judy Brooks-Buck, Ms. Phyllis Byram, excuse me, for their service to the city and Suffolk students. We were happy to acknowledge also and thank Dr. John Gordon, III, for his contributions to improving education in the city of Suffolk. Not only did he lead our school system through the worldwide pandemic, but he also led Suffolk Public Schools to achieve the 5th highest student achievement growth in Virginia for the 22-23 school year. Among other accomplishments, it is also notable that programs at the Lakeland High School and Nansemond River High School consistently rank among the nation's top Project Lead the Way distinguished programs. We have reviewed the proposed budget and find that it seems reasonable. We note that it shows a slight decrease from last year. We will continue to review and provide written feedback if warranted. We are quite concerned about the proposed cuts that we're hearing about at the federal level with the Department of Education and how those might impact our school system, either through finances or resources. We want to ensure that our budget is adequate to meet the current needs and to absorb any services that might be threatened by proposals at the federal level. We are pleased about the teachers' bonuses and pay raises proposed by the Virginia General Assembly and hope that the governor approves those in the budget. Dr. Gordon has a competent set of administrators at headquarters, as well as educators and staff throughout the schools. They deserve to be adequately compensated. He will also need adequate resources for them to carry out their mandate to educate Suffolk students who can and do learn. We want them to do the best that they can, be the best that they can be. Lastly, we congratulate the new and re-elected board members. We were at your swearing in and reorganization meeting. We witnessed your first action to give yourselves a well-deserved raise. Now, we ask that you approve an adequate budget as proposed to meet the needs identified by Dr. Gordon and his team to continue the growth and advancements within Suffolk Public Schools. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis, for taking your time to show up here and speak to us. Last call, is there anyone else who would like to speak on the budget, the proposed budget? There being none, the budget hearing is adjourned, and I'm calling to order the public meeting for March 13th, 2025 of the Suffolk City School Board. At this time, I'm going to ask Board Member Slingloff if you would lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this time, we will recognize a moment of silence. Thank you. Board Member Riddick, would you read the mission statement?
The mission of Suffolk Public Schools is to produce 21st century learners that will become productive citizens in society, foster a dynamic, safe, and nurturing learning environment, partner with school community for the benefit of the students and staff, strengthen the school division by employing a highly qualified and diverse staff, effectively and efficiently manage capital and human resources, effectively communicate to increase community investment.
Thank you, Board Member Riddick. The next topic on the agenda before we approve the regular business agenda is to take action on the closed meeting discipline matter regarding School Board Member Dr. Dawn Brittingham. Is there a motion regarding the closed session?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
Go ahead.
I move that the board member Brittingham violated School Board Norm 2-2.6:1 Alpha 3 by not being respectful of the different roles and responsibilities throughout the school division and maintaining her focus on policy and governance.
Is there a second? Okay, the motion has been made by Vice Chair McGee and has been seconded by Board Member Slingloff. Is there discussion? We're ready to vote.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham? Board Member Fields? Board Member,
Pardon me, Ms. Gardner, I'm sorry. Attorney Waller, can you speak to
Yes.
why Board Member Brittingham does not vote on this?
Yes, she
round?
cannot vote on this because it directly impacts her.
I'm sorry.
It's only the 6 board members that participated in the discussion during the closed meeting.
Board Member Fields?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Slingloff?
No.
Vice Chair McGee?
No.
Board Chair Howell?
No.
Motion tied.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion. I move that board member Brittingham violated School Board Norm 2-2.6:1 Alpha 5 by not focusing on work as a school board member and interfering with the day-to-day operations of Suffolk Public Schools, which is the delegated responsibility of the school superintendent.
Is there a second?
Second.
The motion's been made by Vice Chair McGee and seconded by Board Member Slingloff. Is there any discussion? Looks like we're ready to vote.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Fields?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Abstain?
Board Member Riddick?
Abstain.
Board Member Slingloff?
No.
Vice Chair McGee?
No.
Board Chair Howell?
Yes.
Motion tied.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion. I move that board member Brittingham violated School Board Protocol 2-2.6:1 B5 by communicating directly with subordinate administrators without first discussing with the superintendent.
Is there a second?
Second.
The motion has been made by Vice Chair McGee and seconded by Board Member Fields. Is there discussion? There being none, we're ready to vote.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Fields?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Abstain.
Board Member Slingloff?
No.
Vice Chair McGee?
No.
Board Chair Howell?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Moving on now, we begin with the approval of the agenda for the business portion of our meeting. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
Madam Chair, I move to approve the agenda with item ordinance 2024/25-25 to be moved to be taken prior to the public speakers on the agenda.
Okay, I'm sorry. Can you say that one more time? Which one on the agenda, 8, 9, or 10?
Let me pull it up. I believe it's 10.
You can just tell me. I've got it here, just the number.
I've got it here. It's 10.
Number 10. So you move to approve the agenda, but you would like number 10 to be before our public speakers?
Yes. And as a matter of fact, after this is decided, I do want to provide context for my abstention. It'll take less than 1 minute.
Okay. Attorney Waller, I'm confused here as to how to handle that. I mean, I know we can move things out of consent agenda and new business around, but can we move business, actionable business before public speakers?
Can, because the board has control over the agenda as it's presented before you this evening. It may be a bit unusual, but yes, you can do it.
Okay. So the motion has been made. Is there a second?
I second.
Okay, the motion has been made and seconded, excuse me. Is there discussion about that motion?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, I just want to provide context, the reason of that being moved, and that kind of alludes to why I requested a point of privilege to explain my abstention. This motion deals with a business item that requires us to state the reason why we abstain, where we just can't abstain and withhold our reasons. So that way the public as well as other board members will know what factors were taken into place when we made our decision versus what I just done, abstain, and forgot to tell the reason why I abstained. So that way it eliminates any ambiguity, you know the context behind the vote.
Okay, so the motion on the floor is to approve the agenda with the exception of item number 10 under new business being moved just ahead of public speakers. So essentially, it will follow immediately after the approval of the agenda. And it's been seconded. Is there any further discussion? There being none, we're ready to vote.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham? Yes. Board Member Fields?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove?
Yes.
Vice Chair McGee? Yes. Board Chair Howell?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. So with that, we now look to a new business item. Scrolling down on your agenda or looking towards the bottom of your page. Number 10, ordinance 2024/25-85, an ordinance amending Chapter 2, Article 2, Section 2-2.7:3.1, entitled Rules of Order for Meetings of School Board and Committees of the School Board, Governing Principles, Basic Definitions, General Procedure for Handling a Main Motion, General Rules of Debate of the Policies of the Suffolk City School Board, first reading and adoption. Is there a motion? It has been moved. It has been moved by Board Member Riddick and seconded by Board Member Jenkins. Is there discussion about this ordinance? There being none, we are ready to vote.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham? I'm sorry?
Yes.
Board Member Fields?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove?
Yes.
Vice Chair McGee?
No.
Board Chair Howell?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay. Bumping back up to public speakers on agenda topic, it looks like we have one speaker on agenda topics. Ms. Gardner?
That's correct. Keisha, do you want to give those up while I do this? It is the intent of the school board to ensure that the affairs of the board be conducted in an open and orderly manner, that all persons desiring to address the board are afforded an opportunity to do so in the order in which they sign up to speak, that persons in attendance may observe and hear the proceedings of the board without distraction, and that the members of the board and board employees are able to transact the business of the board with minimal disruption. Any persons addressing the board shall, 1, confine their comments to matters germane to services, policies, and affairs of the school board or Suffolk Public Schools. 2, refrain from words or statements which from their usual construction and common acceptance are construed as insults intended to incite violence or breach of the peace. 3, refrain from obscenity, vulgarity, or other breach of respect. 4, comply with the time limit for public comment as set by the board, which can be up to 5 minutes unless the board, through the exercise of its discretion, decides to allow less than 5 minutes for public comment. 5, refrain from cumulative or repetitive remarks. And 6, refrain from making any comments regarding any pending student discipline or employee grievance matters. The appropriate form for such matters is the applicable administrative hearing provided by state law or where appropriate court proceeding. Persons must not engage in disorderly, disruptive, or boisterous conduct such as, but not limited to, making noise, use of profane language or obscene gestures, yelling, or similar demonstrations that interrupts or disturbs the peace and good order of the meeting. Persons addressing the board may deliver to the board or its clerk written materials including reports, statements, exhibits, letters, or signed petitions, and may also make use of any chart, graph during their verbal presentation. The school board welcomes comments from the public as appropriate, but board members will listen to public comment, but will not comment, deliberate, or take action on them. The school board chair may direct the superintendent to investigate items and report back to the school board at a subsequent meeting. The chair or other presiding officers shall preserve decorum and shall decide all questions of public order subject to appeal to the board. At the request of the chair, city police officers shall act as sergeant-at-arms at tonight's board meeting. That officer shall, under the direction of the chair or other presiding officer, have charge of the meeting area, the waiting areas and corridors adjacent thereto, and shall prevent disorder or interruption of the business of the board. Our speaker is Dr. Judith Brooks Buck regarding school board agenda and minutes.
Good evening. You have before you some materials that I prepared. I prepared a letter that you have, others do not have, and I will share some comments briefly because I only have 5 minutes. When I decided to address the board this evening, as both a taxpaying citizen and a Suffolk business owner, there were a few issues that I found most disconcerting. As I dug deeper, I decided to use my rights through the Virginia Freedom of Information Act, and unfortunately, I was stunned. I've written you some detailed information that you will probably not choose to post online for transparency's sake. The debate over, number one, I have 5 items I'd like to share with you. The debate over the history credit for African American history course. This is from your agenda and from your last agenda and also from your minutes. Was moot at the time that you discussed it because it had already passed the Virginia House of Delegates, and in a few days it passed the Senate, unless you're trying to get the governor to change his mind. From the $4,000 worth of training that one of you who vehemently argued the proposal or was opposed to it had received, lets me know that you know how to handle these matters, and the fact that 2 of you received donations from the state senator lets me know that you already have a relationship with that person and could get this information easily. Number 2, paying bills. 2 members, and now 3, consistently vote against paying bills. The board chair, vice chair, and I presented information last winter regarding the cost of dues for VSBA, NSBA, and the Nora Webster Educational Foundation. We also discussed the goals of the organizations and the connections between the Nora Webster Foundation Project 2025 and the School Board Member Alliance, run by one of our former school board members. When the policies of the board were changed to allow board members to use funds to pay for right-wing conferences that do not support public education, and then vote not to pay our bills for using this option, I could not understand what was going on. The deep dive audit, formerly the forensic audit, was also another thing that many of you ran on. Unfortunately, I'm grateful that we have a nationally recognized auditing firm hired by the city, and they cannot find a crime that has been committed because there was no crime. Instead of admitting that you do not know what you're talking about, you continue to look for a crime that didn't happen. Please stop this before the prestigious accounting firm sues SBS, or worse yet, an employee sues or has another hostile work environment claim for being attacked. We have spent $56,444 for this kind of thing before, and it's a waste of our money. We could hire an aide and pay benefits for that. The fourth thing, the economic interest the statement of economic interest. One of our board members proudly stood and said she attended this conference and it was gifted to her. It was over the $300 limit, and if you take the training, you know that our limit is $20 for those kinds of gifts. It should be on the form. You have documentation to support it. And lastly, our interest, our top priority is supposed to be student achievement and advocacy. Since December, I haven't seen any students come before, and even their recognition and teacher recognition has been either delayed, way on the agenda after people go to sleep, or off. I would like to close with this. As I close, I leave you with 8 social sins and some advice to voters. Look for people who understand these things. The Catholic Church says these are social sins: politics of fear, hate, and exclusion, abuse of creation, society without love, acquisition or retention of unjust wealth, commerce or industry without morality, science without humility, perpetuation of ignorance, and lastly, Reverend Dr. William Barber says there's an 8th one, and it's Christianity without a conscience. All of you proclaim that you are Christians. When I joined the board, I came with many credentials and almost half a century of experience, but this job is different. All of you need training, each and every one of you. The public education population is diverse, and therefore public education must be inclusive and equitable. The taxpaying population in Suffolk is diverse. Your school board and city council woke up years ago, and has the sense to have both groups, the majority populations represented. Quite frankly, in your case, in case you haven't noticed, you have diversity, equity, and inclusion. You have for years. That's why you have a white female as your chair and
Thank you,
minority
Dr.
person
Buck.
as your vice chair. You are welcome, and thank you for your
Have
time.
a good evening.
Bless you.
Thank you for coming out.
No other speakers?
No other speakers? Thank you. The next item up to discuss is the consent agenda. We have the approval of the consent agenda before us. Is there a motion?
So
So
moved.
move. Second.
Okay, so it was moved by Board Member Jenkins to approve the consent agenda, and it was seconded by Board Member Riddick. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair,
Board Member Slingleff?
I would like to request that motion be amended to be approved with the removal of bills and payroll to new business.
Okay. Board Member Jenkins, are you willing to amend the motion to? Okay. So the motion has been amended by Board Member Jenkins to approve the consent agenda with the movement of bills and payroll to new business. Assuming that would be item number 10 now. Okay, do you second that, Board Member Riddick?
No, and my reason is it should, if we can pull it out of the consent agenda, because every meeting we keep pulling it out, so it's being a dead horse. I'm not going to second it. Someone else is going to have to second it if that's going to move forward with it.
I'll second.
Okay, so the amended motion has been seconded by Board Member Brittingham. Is there any further discussion?
Chair, going forward, can we have consideration about just going ahead and moving this to the new agenda, business agenda?
New business every month. I believe we have discussed that. I'll follow up with the attorney before our next agenda review meeting. Is that sufficient? Okay, is there any further discussion? Okay, let's go ahead and vote.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham?
Yes.
Board Member Fields?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Slingleff?
Yes.
Vice Chair McGee?
Yes.
Board Chair Howell?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Moving on to unfinished business, we have one item under unfinished business that requires action. It is budget transfer number 1, 2024/25. We began this conversation last month on February 27th, so I will yield the floor to Dr. Gordon for further explanation.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. After the board approved the Moving forward with the renovation of the Innovation Center, we provided the totals to the board at the last meeting as discussed on February 27th. Ms. Forsman has identified these salary and benefit lines that she will pull from in order to fund this project so that we can get started in order to be able to meet the deadline of potentially having this building, probably having this building ready before we start next school year.
Thank you, Dr. Gordon. Is there a motion to approve this budget transfer?
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion to approve it.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Vice Chair McGee and seconded by Board Member Jenkins. Is there discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I don't mind supporting this here. However, when I'm looking at where we're pulling it from, I wish we would have had some conversation with some of these categories. For an example, maybe, I don't know how to go forward with this, but maybe if there's any funds left after this expenditure, maybe we can look at incentivizing our staff who work at CCAP, who are licensed and credentialed, but teaching for us, they are not in market. They're not getting market rate of what their skills can really do. But I think if we, find some money somewhere to incentivize them, I think that would be ideal. I value what's being done and I understand the urgency of it, so I do support it. It's just I do have that hesitation because I want to make sure that we retain good staff. And looking at these categories of where we're pulling from, that's why I'm kind of concerned. And those categories include such as general education elementary, general education middle school, general education high school, alternative education school counselors, office of principals, instructional support, and physical services. So those are where my conversations is. I get the importance of it, but let's look to see what we can do for our staff, especially those at CCAP.
Good. Did you have a response, Dr. Gordon?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I definitely appreciate your concern, Mr. Riddick. As a clarity, remember, this is salaries and benefits that are left over, so to speak, based on current positions that people hold. So in order for us to be able to increase a specific group of employees, we will have to revise the salary scale for that entire group of employees. So this isn't money that's coming out of instruction. This is money that's coming out of salary savings. For example, when the last line you see there for fiscal services, the reason that amount of money is there is that the person that is in a specific role in budget and finance has a lot less years of experience than the person that they replaced. It's the same situation that you're seeing in alternative education and school counselors. So when Ms. Forsman builds the budget, we always build the budget with the next step for the person that's currently in that role. If that person decides to retire, or if that person decides to get promoted and take another position, et cetera, these are the things that create the salaries and benefits, additional funds that we can use here. So we can always take a look at overall making raises for all of our employee groups. I think we have to be careful if we make disproportionate raises for one specific group of employees over the other.
Madam Chair, I want to correct the narrative and shed more clarity because I don't want my words to be misconstrued. I'm not asking for raises at this point for those staff. What I'm asking for is something that is not more so set and that we got to continue next year. What I'm asking for is a bonus that could even be for those long-term subs who possess a teaching license, such as retired teachers who are in a classroom, just a good gesture of goodwill. So I'm not asking for a long-term raise, which will have a continuous budget implication. What I'm asking for is if we can look at some type of bonus like we do with our Christmas bonus, sign-on bonus, or retention bonus. But with these particular employees that are at CCAP that I have mentioned, is they're certified. A licensed electrician can easily go in the public sector and make a lot of money. Leave the public schools and do their own thing and be paid good job. But when we retain those skill sets to be used in our time slots, they're not able to make that type of revenue as they would generally make. They're taking somewhat of a cut. So what I was suggesting is, as I stated, I will support this. I'm not asking for a raise, but if we can find revenue to give a bonus, and there's other categories I would like to, but that's the one that has me at the forefront because of the great things we saw today.
Just to clarify, you're looking to incentivize our CCAP instructors with a bonus?
Yes.
A one-time bonus?
Yes.
At this point. Okay, any further discussion on this budget transfer?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
One thing I want to, let the board know, I have a concern with regarding funds that were meant for unfilled positions and staff positions. And I shared this with Dr. Gordon, just being transparent. And what I would like to see, when it comes into year funds like this, can we take these funds and incentivize through hiring bonuses some of our critical positions that have been unfilled in certain schools for years? If achievement is our overall goal, I believe using whatever means necessary to try to fill these positions should be prioritized. That includes some of our AP courses, some of our classes that do not have instructors and our kids are using Virtual Virginia, our special ed, critical positions that have been, we've been short-staffed there in the special education department. And the second thing, we've already had this discussion, but going forward as a board, for me to approve something like this going forward, I want to see this way in advance. And that goes back to like having that unfunded request list. That way we know as a board what the priorities are for SPS whenever there is leftover money or end of year money. So there are no surprises, or we're not left feeling like, hey, this one is prioritized over another without discussion coming before us. And I rest.
Thank you. Anyone else? There being no further discussion, it looks like we're ready to vote.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham.
No.
Board Member Fields. Board Member Jenkins.
Yes.
Board Member Riddick.
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove.
Yes.
Vice Chair McGee.
Yes.
Board Chair Howell.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. That concludes unfinished business. Now we are moving on to new business. Before we jump into that, I'd just like some clarity from Board Member Riddick and Attorney Waller. Last month, the 27th, we made a motion to approve the agenda, but table the legislative committee report as an info action item to this month, which is on here. But it seems there's also, in addition to that, a resolution related to the legislative committee report now. Can you provide some clarity? First of all, is the legislative committee report still an info action item? And is it different than number 2?
Well, the way you have that outlaid is the way you all formulated the agenda. So you separated the action that the committee was proposing you to take and made it a separate action itself. What it should have been was legislative committee report info action, because the recommendation of the committee was the resolution. That's what came out of the committee, I believe, at a 2-1 vote for a resolution to be presented.
Okay, so do you have an additional committee report to provide us for number 1 outside of the resolution? Is there another report you'd like to present at this time?
No, I don't. I know we do have, hold on. Yes. I'm on 2 committees right now and things are jumbling up. There is a letter that a resolution that we're recommending the board submit to our congressional members and in the school division to follow suit and send that over so our state representatives know and can fight for us at the national level.
So that concludes your report, correct? And then we're moving on to number 2, the resolution itself?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to be sure I don't leave out.
I mean, we was very cut and dry with the first report. It's just that, I'm just going to be straightforward here. We make decisions as a committee. It comes to the board, and it's usually picked apart. So what's before you is the resolution. Unless you all have questions for the committee, then at that time, we will be able and willing to address any questions that the board may have. But all of the committee members had ample time to weigh in on their questions, concerns, comments, or criticism, and have taken any of those channels.
Okay. Would it be appropriate then if there was a motion and a second on the resolution and then discussion ensued? Since ultimately your entire legislative report is about this resolution?
Yes.
Okay.
Attorney Waller, could you read the resolution so that way the public has context?
Yeah, so we're moving on to number 2, resolution number 24/25-22.
Resolution of the School Board for the City of Suffolk, Virginia, expressing its support for the U.S. Department of Education. Whereas the original Department of Education, hereinafter Department, was created in 1867 to collect information on schools and teaching that would help the states establish effective school systems. And whereas in 1890, with the passage of the Second Morrill Act, in 1917, with the passage of the Smith-Hughes Act, and in 1946, with the passage of the George Barton Act, the department was responsible for administering support for the original system of land-grant colleges and universities, vocational education, and began focusing on home economics training for high school students. And whereas with the passage of anti-poverty and civil rights laws in the 1960s and 1970s, specifically with the passage of Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, Title IX of the Education Amendments of 1972, and Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act of 1973, the Department ensures equal access to public education and prohibits discrimination based on race, sex, and disability, and made civil rights enforcement a fundamental and long-lasting focus of the department. And whereas in 1965, Congress passed the Elementary and Secondary Education Act, which provided a comprehensive set of programs, including Title I program of federal aid to disadvantaged children, to address the problems of poor urban and rural areas. And that same year, Congress passed the Higher Education Act, which authorized assistance for post-secondary education, including financial aid programs for needy college students. And whereas in 1980, Congress established the department as a cabinet-level agency in the executive branch. And whereas the department plays an important role in the ongoing national dialogue over how to improve the results of our education system for all students by raising national and community awareness of the educational challenges confronting the nation, and disseminating the latest discoveries of what works in teaching and learning, and helping communities work out solutions to difficult educational issues. And whereas the department is also responsible for administering programs for children with disabilities under the Individuals with Disabilities Act, IDEA, by number 1, providing federal funding to states, 2, monitoring state compliance, 3, issuing guidance regulations, 4, handling disputes and enforcement, and 5, collecting and analyzing data on special education. And whereas, although public education is primarily a state and local responsibility, and federal contribution to elementary and secondary education is about 8%, the department administers grant funding programs to promote student achievement and preparation for global competitiveness, to foster educational excellence, and to ensure equal access. And whereas for the 2024-2025 fiscal year, Suffolk Public Schools received federal impact aid, Medicaid, JROTC, and other federal funds. For example, Title I, Title II, Title III, Title IV, and 6B from the department in the total sum of $1,090,000 $92,000. Be it therefore resolved that the School Board for the City of Suffolk, Virginia expresses its support for the U.S. Department of Education. And be it further resolved that a true copy of this resolution be sent to Senator Tim Kaine, Senator Mark Warner, and Congresswoman Jen Kiggins.
Thank you, Attorney Waller. So with the resolution before us, is there a motion to approve the resolution?
So move.
So the motion has been made by Board Member Riddick to approve the resolution number 24/25-22, and it was seconded by Vice Chair McGee. Is there discussion?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Ms. Fields.
I would like to speak in support of supporting this
Okay.
resolution. There are many ways that students and families stand to lose if the Department of Education is dismantled, if we do not do anything if we don't support. I'll focus on a few of those ways. Students with disabilities could lose critical resources and protections. One of the Department of Education's core responsibilities is to administer programs created by the Individuals with Disabilities Act, IDEA, under which 7.5 million disabled students, roughly 15% of students' population, have received individualized educational services and special education services. Number two, a second way that that the public can be impacted is low-income students could see their schools lose teachers and counselors. They could see cuts to family engagements and mental health programs, and be unable to afford new books and other classroom and curriculum materials. The largest K-12 program run through the Department of Education is Title I, which provides funding to schools that enroll high percentages of low-income students. Nearly 2/3 of all public schools receive Title I funding. And right here in Suffolk, we have 9 schools in our system that are Title I schools. Those schools include Booker T. Washington, that's in the Cypress Barrel, where Board Member Jenkins is the representative, and Whaleyville, where Board Member McGee is the representative. Southwestern is a Title I. Southwestern Elementary School is a Title I school. Board Member Brittingham in the Holy Neck Borough is the representative for that, and Board Member McGee in Whaleyville is the board member for that school. Mac Ben Jr. Elementary School, where Board Member Jenkins from the Cypress Borough and Board Member Riddick from the Suffolk Borough are the representatives for that school. Nansemond Parkway Elementary School is a Title I school where Board Members Jenkins for the Cypress Borough and Riddick for the Suffolk Borough are the representatives. Creekside Elementary School in the Nansemond Borough, where I am the representative for one of the representatives for that school, and Chair Howell for the Sleepy Hill Borough is a representative for that school. Elephants Fork Elementary School, where Board Member Riddick is the representative, and Slingloff for Chuckatuck Borough is the representative. Hill Point Elementary School is a Title I school. Board Member Slingloff for the Chuckatuck Borough is the representative for that school. And Oakland Elementary School is a Title I school where Slingloff is a representative. Kilby Shores Elementary School is a Title I school where Board Member Brittingham for Holy Neck Borough and McGee for Whaleyville Borough are the representatives for those schools. And each of those, in that each of the board members represent a borough that would be adversely affected by the dismantling of the Department of Education, voting in opposition to sending this letter and expressing support for the Department of Education to our state legislature would have many implications for our school divisions. But most of all, a no vote, in my opinion, would be in direct opposition to our support of struggling schools in our communities. And it would be in opposition to those who elected us to represent them in our communities. Students and their families could lose federal protections against civil rights violations. And that just simply talks about, and I'm going to get off my notes and I'm going to just talk. That simply talks about when if a parent have a complaint about, say, their IEP is not being followed, then they no longer have the protection of the Department of Education. They'll have to perhaps even hire a lawyer on their own and resolve the issue, address the issue. Those are the kinds of things that the department has been helpful with in the past. And I think to not support keeping the Department of Education would definitely be in it. It would be aversive. It would hurt our community. I'm native of Suffolk. I know that these communities, these schools are struggling. I know the populations, some of the areas that the kids come from, they cannot afford any other form of education except public education. If the programs and protections of the Department of Education provided are stripped from public schools and higher educations, students and their families could suffer and could fall further behind the nation as leaders in society. Dismantling the department would not only create chaos in the education system, but also exacerbate existing inequities, leaving the most vulnerable students at a disadvantage. Federal oversight plays a vital role in ensuring that all students, regardless of their backgrounds, regardless of where they come from, have access to educational opportunities. Eliminating the department would strip away essential funding, weaken civil rights protections, and leave students with disabilities and low-income families without necessary supports. Instead of eroding these protections, policymakers should focus on strengthening the Department of Education, in my opinion. So I strongly encourage this board to uphold the ordinance that's on this, that's up for vote, and put your support behind it, because Suffolk Public Schools will definitely feel the impact of dismantling the Department of Education.
Board Member Fields. Board Member
Absolutely.
Slingloff.
Ask the attorney a couple questions.
Yes.
So, Attorney Waller, it's my understanding that federal law has been established to protect federal funding for K-12 programs that serve most of the nation's marginalized students, including students with disabilities and those from lower incomes. The monies that we is that at a discretionary dissemination from the Department of Education.
Protected in law.
So if the Department of Education is dissolved, the law still stands, and we should still receive those monies one way or another, unless the law has changed by a vote of Congress.
That's an unknown. What we have witnessed recently with the impoundment of federal funds that should be going to various agencies is not happening. So I don't know what the answer to your question will be.
So I guess what I'm saying, and the stance that I took in the legislative meeting and that I take tonight, is there are a lot of unknowns. Right now, these federal funds are in law. And so in theory, it should be handled through law to negate these federal funds. Just the dissolving of the Department of Education does not ensure that, in fact, these funds are not going to be there. Additionally, the supports were hypothesizing quite a bit that all of these things are just going to go away and that our school system is going to suffer. I've read several articles regarding this from both perspectives. Many on one side say that it's going to impact all the school divisions and it's going to be dreadful, and then others on the other side say that we will feel minimal impact. The reality for me is that at this point we don't know what would happen either way. We don't know what the plan would be. So I find it difficult, and the same in the legislative meeting, I find it difficult myself to take a stance when I don't know factual evidence as to what is going to take place and how it would take place. So I'm putting that out there for my vote, that it's not clear to me the impact of this, what it would mean, and because there are the monies, I mean, we receive, as it stated in here, a little over $1 million. The monies are protected with federal law. I'm having a hard time with creating the narrative that it's an absolute that all of this is going to go away. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Chair.
Hold on just a second. Mr. Riddick.
I understand that law should be a sense of security. However, it has not been a sense of security. I wish former board member Dr. Brooks Buck was still present, because that's one of the reasons why she went to DC every year, because we were supposed to be fully reimbursed for special education services to a threshold, and we are not being reimbursed for that. So if the law is not done, then taxes will have to be raised because the funds will have to come from somewhere. What we're asking the board to do is, let's not get into the weeds of what's going to happen. We know currently with the Department of Education, we have layers of protection. We have guidelines that are not just state-centered, but it's nationally. It's a national standing point. What this committee is recommending to this board is that you vote in support of the Department of Education. To not make a decision is a misuse of, not misuse, it's a neglect of doing your civic duty and the duty that we ran for. There is no plan in place, so we don't know what will happen. What we do know is currently we're able to meet the needs that we have with the Department of Education in place. To remove it with no plan is irresponsible. So the motion on the floor, Madam Chair, is that we approve the recommendation. I would like to call for the question, if possible.
Attorney Waller, I don't believe our informal rules allow for that, and there are still several board members are allowed to speak.
That's correct.
Okay. So if you have not spoken yet and you have something that you'd like to share, could you please let me know?
Madam Chair.
Board Member Brittingham.
Thank you. I concur with what Board Member Slingloff has said. I too have done some research and read both sides of this issue. And what we are stating in this resolution is tied to law, and that means the funds are tied to that law. And so it's not, what we're trying to encourage here, I think, is not what we need to be encouraging. If the funding is tied to the law's not going away because the Department of Education is being downsized. So I have angst as well because we don't know what's going to happen next. And honestly, I think our federal funds should be on the state level and should be managed on the state level. These tax dollars leave our state and go to the federal government. And honestly, in the last month and a half, I've been very disenchanted with what our federal government is doing with our money. I would much rather see that our tax dollars are kept here in Virginia at our state legislature and let them allocate them back to our school divisions. I don't know if that's in the plan or not, but I'm looking at this resolution, and I think that this resolution is jumping the gun at this point. I think, we don't need to worry about the funds that are attached to these items because those funds are attached to the law that was put in place, and the law hasn't changed. And so that means that those funds haven't changed. Thank you.
Okay, anyone
Madam
else?
Chair.
Let me just give everybody an opportunity that has not spoken yet.
Okay.
Board Member
Yeah.
Jenkins?
Yes, I'm in favor of this, because one of the main things that we see what's going on in the news. We don't have any clue from day to day what's going to happen because we have people in charge that's not abiding by the law, number one. And Department of Education, we need it. We have it now. It has worked well. And this is for our students, for our kids. And those who work and do the work, we need them to stay in place. So really, it's just a sad time right now. And we need to do whatever we need to do. Our vote, whether we vote it down, vote it up, but I am voting for this. I don't see that this will be any detriment to anything that we're doing. We are upholding what we believe in. We believe in the Department of Education, and that's where I stand with it. And we will continue. We have to go to DC, Richmond, wherever, because, again, there are laws in place, but people are disregarding the law and doing whatever they want to do. It doesn't matter to them. So I'm in favor of this. I'm in favor of keeping the Department of Education. I don't see where they've done anything wrong. And if all the money comes to the state, then we got to worry the people that's in charge of the state, what are they going to do, with the funds? So that's my opinion on that.
Thank you. Vice Chair McGee?
Appreciate you, Madam Chair. I've had constituents reach out regarding this. I've done a lot of, my own research. I have folks on both sides of the aisle who are 100% behind the DOE. I have other folks reach out to me who say it needs to be restructured. I haven't had anybody that say it needs to be abolished. So through my own research, the DOE does offer a lot of great benefits for our children, absolutely. I'd be a liar if I sat up here and said it doesn't. But are there issues with it? Are there things broken with it? Absolutely. So when this comes up to vote, I'm going to make a motion to amend this. And what I would like to see happen, we as board members add to this to this resolution concerns that we have from constituents. List out the pros, list out the cons. That way our representatives in Richmond and in the Senate and the House understand the good that we want to protect, but also hear our constituents with their concerns. Just doing a blanket, hey, I approve this, I mean, that's not right. That's not doing us justice here as a local school board. I look at this resolution, This resolution is just a historical document stating facts. There is nothing in this resolution really, speaking to the pros and cons of the DOE. And I believe every board member up here, if you really look into, funds that have been spent from the DOE, it's a federal body. It's motivated by politics, depending on who's in office at the time. And I really believe, there are concerns of overreach at the local level. Do I really want somebody in Washington, D.C. dictating how we do business here in Suffolk for our children? If that's not what you guys want, if that's not what our parents want for our kids. So absolutely, a lot of great things, a lot of great benefits, but there are also concerns that I would like my representatives to hear inside this resolution. So with that being said, for me to approve this, I would like, for us to have a week to come back and submit by close of business next Thursday to the legislative chair, Mr. Riddick, our concerns to add to this resolution.
Okay, so everyone has spoken. Board Member Fields, I'll give you an additional 3 minutes if you have anything further you want to add, and then I'll add my comments last.
What I want to say is that if the DOE is dismantled, the monies, the funding, based on the research that I've done and seen, the funding would go to other departments to manage, and it may or may not hit our community the way that we need it to. The alternative to the DOE is privatizing education, taking the money, and privatizing and establishing charter schools and all of that kind of stuff. Well, the constituents in my borough, many of them, and just looking at the schools, the Title I schools that we have in our community, a lot of those students will not be able to participate in charter schools and privatized schools, because they don't have the funding, they don't have the money to pay for education the way that perhaps those who are not Title I schools have, those who are not low-income families have. They don't have the money, so they will not be able to. So a lot of the people who put you all in these seats, you will not be supporting them if you do not support the DOE. And I hope that they recognize that.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like a second 3 minutes?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Riddick, may I ask you also respond to Vice Chair McGee's question/suggestion? I'm
not going to amend the motion
Okay,
because, this claiming the time is not part of my 3 minutes. The amending the motion to include complaints that is not indigenous to every borough. It's not inclusive of every borough. It's just indigenous to some. And I would even test that, even looking at your borough, that it's not a majority of the people's concerns with the Department of Education, because I've been getting countless of phone calls, because a large percentage of your borough used to be mine, and I'm telling them to call you, but they still calling me. The thing is, we can't keep delaying action. The last time this board decided to delay something, the bill, to God be the glory, it passed through. We're not going to understand all of the nooks and crannies and the kinks and from start to finish. If you want to understand that on the federal level, then you should run for federal office. What we are right now, it's a representative democracy. And our electorate elected us so we can be their voice in rooms that they can't be in because they trust our judgment. This letter is simply only asking this board to say we support the Department of Education. The historical context is necessary because a lot of board members don't understand what the Department of Education does. Why? Because the Department of Education governs public schools. So that's a whole different beast, a whole different ball game. I'm not trying to throw no shade, but I'm tired of to play with words. If we're going to do what's in the best of Suffolk Public Schools children, then it is to stand behind the United States Department of Education. And if the government wants to substitute or change, then President Trump, Elon Musk, or whomever is in authority needs to submit to the electorate, those of the people who elected them, a plan of action. Because if you're going to remove something without a plan of action, it is a miscarriage of your duties. That's like we're coming in here and say, well, what we're going to do is we're going to remove Oversea Hospital. We don't want it no more. We're going to remove it. Where the people can go? Nobody thought about it. It's a little too late when the people get sick to think about it then. Department of Education has so many other impacts than what people think and what they know. Where are we going to get this $1.something million from? Who are we going to increase tax for? Which one of this elected board is going to go back to your constituents and say, city had to increase their taxes because the burden is on them? You put the responsibility back in the states, there's no guarantee that funding is going to be done. Let's just be honest. There's some things that we have written into our law as board members that we selectively follow. So why am I expecting the federal government to do something that the 7 of us choose not to do? It's beyond me. We just need to follow the advice of the committee and support this. And if you're going to add anything, it is, if you want to move it, you need to present another option prior to moving it. Because our concerns, write them down the same way we said at last meeting. All of us got access to all of our federal, state, and local officials. Send them an email, because our children can't wait. And although some of your children may not feel the brunt of the impact, I have 376 kids who are in the mentoring program Straighten Up and Fly Right in Suffolk who will. And I want to make sure that all 376 kids get a quality education from pre-K all the way up through the post-secondary if they choose to go.
Thank you, Board Member Riddick. Anyone else with the final 3 minutes?
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
I appreciate your comments, Mr. Riddick. Well, one thing, I'm not going to let fear motivate me tonight on my decision. Like Board Member Riddick stated, I represent 1/7 of Suffolk. That's why my suggestion is we hear collectively from each board member and their constituents and present that to our leaders, not just from McGee. I want to hear from everyone, pros and cons. That way our leaders know what our people in Suffolk want, what they support and what they have issues with. And this is coming from members of the community who have children in public school. I want their voices heard. Now, if you want the argument to go, we can just email them, then why not get rid of this resolution? And we just email, our leaders individually. The second thing is, for those who do not know, Congress created the Department of Education. The president cannot just abolish it through an EO. You can look it up. He's been on record already saying he understands that. He's talking about dismantling the department. For this to go away, our Congress, United States Congress, would have to vote to abolish it completely. Not one man. That's why it hasn't happened yet. He might want it to go away, but he can't do it. Because if he could, he would have signed that EO day one. But it hasn't happened. Legally, he can do it. So I'm not going to allow fear to motivate me tonight. What I want people to realize, this is a federal issue. This resolution tonight, yeah, we can send it, but Congress is going to do what Congress is going to do. What I want is for everyone in my borough who have reached out to me to have their voices heard. All I'm asking is we keep the resolution as is, but we list out pros and cons from each board member, from your constituents, just so our representatives, they'll get an overall viewpoint, us as a whole, not just individual.
Thank you. I think everyone has had the opportunity now that wanted their second rotation to speak. If not, let me know. I know that this is a hot button issue and a tough topic, and let me say that for 17 years now, I've straddled the fence of a public educator and a mom of children with disabilities. And there is no taking the hat off in either situation. I teach Sunday school, and I'm not just a volunteer there. I'm a teacher in that classroom. I can't turn it off. Even though they're there to learn about Jesus, sometimes I'm teaching them how to sit still in a chair and respect adults too. I can't help it. It's just part of who I am. I want to affirm some of the things we've heard up here. Yes, IDEA is a law, and that funding for the meantime is required by law. So the special ed students that I've spent my life serving and the ones I'm raising, that federal money is right now protected in our law. I also recognize there are other laws that are currently covered. We have no guarantees. I get that. I get that this is a very polarizing issue. I get for some of you, you think it's just a simple, yes, I support it, or no, I don't. For me, it's not that simple, because what I see here is another opportunity where we tread the line of board business and political posturing. And I have a clear and direct role here to be a board member. With that said, I am and have been and will always be in my soul a public educator. And now I'm public school board chair. And what I don't want to see is anything that further divides us. So I ask all of my colleagues here, vote how you're going to vote. And collectively, let's move on to the next business item and show the children and the adults in the community of Suffolk how to disagree without disregarding and dismantling each other's character. Stand by what you believe and what you've researched, hopefully you have, and then move on. Because we have a great deal other business to attend to tonight and plenty the rest of this school year and calendar year. With that said, I think that it's time to vote.
Madam Chair, I ask that I be allowed to finish my points, because it says up to 10 minutes or less set, I believe, by the board. I just want to correct the misnotion of the power of one versus the power and might of a board. If one person sends an email, you don't speak on behalf of the Suffolk City School Board. You're speaking in your individual capacity per our norms and protocols. If this board moved to take a stance that we send a united message to our Congress members who have to vote as into what their actions would be, that would be a united front. The legislative committee could always come back and take Mr. Vice Chair McGee's suggestion into consideration and do a town hall, or we all could do town halls and gather that information and send a follow-up document. But the urgency of now, we can't wait. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Riddick. Just one additional thing I'd like to add, and for those of you in the audience, I appreciate you taking the time to sit here with us. I just ask you be respectful of everyone's ability to hear what's going on up here, because I do hear some chatter that's above a whisper out there. So I just ask you respect, like we're having dialogue up here that everybody probably needs to and wants to hear. And I'll call for the vote in just a bit. Mr. Riddick, just like you, I lost the thought. It probably was valuable. I'm going to go ahead and call for the vote.
Board members, please vote. Board member Dr. Brittingham?
Madam Chair.
We've called for the vote. I'm sorry.
Board member Fields?
Yes.
Board member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board member Riddick?
Yes.
Board member Slinglove?
No.
Vice Chair McGee?
No.
Board Chair Howell?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay, moving on, under new business, we are now at number 3, discussion regarding staffing report. There is an attachment there for you all to review. I'm going to ask Board Member Brittingham to, I guess, give us some context to what she would like to see discussed, since this was her request.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So one of the reasons that I made a request for us to discuss the staffing report is because it was actually tucked in at the bottom of our meeting last month. and we didn't discuss it. We didn't go over it. We didn't go through the information that was provided to us. So what we received was a staffing report that has to do with long-term substitutes. And what I'd like to be able to afford the board right now is discussion on how many we have, not only throughout the division, but how many there are at each of our schools, and maybe delve into how are we going to get to a place where those long-term subs become, full-time, highly qualified educators. Because based on the data that we've had for the last several years with student achievement, we desperately need to be hiring as many highly qualified educators as we possibly can. And so we didn't discuss this as a board at the last board meeting, and I really want the opportunity for us as a board to look at this data and put our heads together and maybe give some direction or some thoughts towards Dr. Gordon, because this is not getting better, and we need it to get better, especially if we want our students in the classroom, to be successful. Research tells us that our students that have highly qualified educators that have been in the classroom for many, many years, veteran and experienced staff, are the ones that help these kids get across the threshold. I don't have any issues with long-term subs, but long-term subs don't have 4 years plus a master's plus 10 years of teaching experience. I want what's very best for these kids in the classroom. I want them to have the very best advantages possible to them. And so I put forth to the board, let's look at the staffing report that was given to us, and let's ask some questions about it.
Madam Chair.
Okay. Board Member Slingleff called my attention first.
For me, I just want a little more clarification on this report. I'm grateful to have this report to get an idea. So I guess my questions would be, I'd like to request, the superintendent, if there's a chance that not only what we have here is the total number of vacancies per school and the number of long-term subs, but I'd like to have a better picture of what this means. Like, if we have these long-term subs, what subjects are these long-term subs teaching? What subjects do we have vacancies with no long-term subs in? So I guess I'd like to see these vacancies and the long-term subs broken down by the subject, so we have an idea in our schools, like what classes are we missing licensed teachers in? So we have a better idea where the weak points are within the schools to focus our attention. And just as Board Member Riddick said, trying to give some, encouragement and incentivization to the CCAP instructors, I'd like to look at get a better idea where we have need in what subject areas. So my desire would be to have this list broken out so that we can see in the vacancies in long-term subs, what subjects are they in? For the long-term subs that are teaching these subjects, how long have they been in this role? Have these long-term subs been teaching these classes for a very long time? I mean, when it comes to, if we have a long-term sub in, let's say, a core class, an English class or a math class, I'd like to know how long they've been in there, and are they pursuing licensure? Are they going through the iTeach program? Are they open to that idea? I would just like to get a better idea of what classes they're teaching and how long they've been in there and where we're at. So that would be my desire.
Dr. Gordon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Ms. Slingleff, you originally had requested this report when we started doing this last year. And so it seems that when we provide the information, then the following year, there's a request for more information, which we don't have a problem doing. But I don't want to have the narrative out there that we're not giving enough, because we gave exactly what was asked. The second part, to Dr. Brittingham, to your question, we gave you all a presentation, Dr. Avery, who I'm going to call to the podium, because I think she can answer some of the questions that both of you all have today. We gave you all a presentation on teacher pathways. And the teacher pathways itself specifically discussed our iTeach program. We provided that number. The associate teacher program that we just started, people are signing up. We even met, and when you were with Dr. Miller today, he even gave you 2 to 3 examples of teachers in his school that have went through the programs and are now becoming certified. The second part is this. We've explained when Dr. Branch and the teaching and learning team did the presentation, because there's this national teacher shortage, is a national teacher shortage. We've explained that anytime that we had a long-term sub in a position, we also had a university instructor to support them. Because we know that some of our long-term subs are retired teachers, as Mr. Riddick alluded to. We also know that some of our long-term subs became long-term subs. They're former teacher assistants. We also have teacher assistants that are getting certified. So we have, to one of the things that Mr. McGee has said earlier, we also have signing bonuses for hard-to-fill positions that we were one of the first in the region to start, to use that as a recruiting tool. I think one of the things that the board does need to acknowledge and understand is there are not enough teachers out there in the world right now, just period. And so we're not going to sit here and say, because we've had a long-term sub in this role for a year or more, depending on what the subject is, that they're not doing well. As Ms. Jenkins and Mr. Riddick will attain to, we actually took and brought 15 long-term subs here who had SOL scores that were higher than some of our other teachers. So we have to be careful in saying that long-term subs aren't getting the job done, when some of them are. Not all of them, Dr. Brittingham, but some of them are. So, Dr. Avery, one of the questions that Dr. Brittingham had asked, and Ms. Slingleff had kind of also piggybacked on, is we provided the location, the total number of vacancies where some of these long-term subs have been placed. Can you share any additional information on potentially how some of them have done, if they have been with us for a set period of time? And I'm not 100% sure if we should really get into specifics of where some of them are, but we can give the subject matters that some of them teach, because I want to be careful of not trying to overly identify folks as a part of this presentation.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair, Dr. Gordon, and school board members. So we do have quite a few long-term subs. And one of the things I want to mention was your question, Dr. Brittingham, regarding how many we have. In the report that you looked at, we had 101 long-term subs. And I want to caution you on, when I refer to long-term subs, that's a teacher or a long-term sub, a substitute who teaches 15 or more days. So we have some that are covering FMLA. We have also others who are covering for the vacancies, which I'll talk to tonight. We have approximately, right now, for math and science and our STEM, we have approximately 25 covering these courses. We also have quite a few in our iTeach program. I have just hired 9 through the iTeach program, long-term subs. I have met with 3 in particular in the last 2 weeks who are going through the associate teacher pathway. They too started off as long-term subs. I've had principals reach out to me identifying their long-term subs who have started off as a substitute, and they went through the interviews. Principals interviewed them. I want to caution you on thinking we're just getting somebody and putting them in a classroom. They go through an interview just like any other applicant that applies for a position. The principal then recommends them, and we put them in as long-term sub. We provide support through mentoring program. They go through the professional learning just like teachers as well. They are also, principals go through and look at their classrooms just like they do teachers. So we have approximately about 18 who have been in for about 2 to 3 years in the subject. Those are some of the ones that are going through the iTeach program. I had a principal today reach out to me, or excuse me, an assistant principal reach out to me today about a long-term sub who's doing amazing in a specific subject and wants to know what we can do to help them become a teacher. We did have the $1,500 bonus that we offered for these vacancies that are hard to fill. Unfortunately, people are not getting into teaching. I just came back from Longwood. I met with one person who was interested in teaching. Now, we have all the divisions there. I went to JMU, 1 person I was able to pick up. So we are going to, I don't want you to think that we're not trying to find these teachers. Unfortunately, we have to think outside the box now, which is what we're doing here in Suffolk Public Schools. iTeach, we have 59 people in the iTeach program. I just mentioned we have hired 9 just since April. They started this in April. I meet with those people individually to see where they are in the process. They're excited. We've gotten feedback that's positive from them. Dr. Brittingham, did I answer I've tried to get to your question?
I have a follow-up question. Madam Chair, I have a follow-up question, if I may ask it of. Go ahead. Thank you. So with the iTeach program, individuals that enter that as long-term subs, what kind of education background are they required to have in order to be in that?
They are required to have a bachelor's degree, and I also do, thank you for asking that, because I do want to address the assumption that long-term subs don't have degrees is not a true statement. We have many that actually have bachelor's degrees, which to get into the iTeach program, you do have to have a bachelor's degree at least. We also have retired teachers who also are long-term subs as well.
Background in education for those that have a bachelor's, they don't have to have a bachelor's in education. They can just have a bachelor's and be willing to enroll in the iTeach program.
That's correct.
And that program takes how long from start to finish?
It could take up to 2 years, but what we put here for Suffolk Public Schools is to give them 18 months. That's a self-driven, and so the 18 months is why I check in with them. I just checked in with the ones who started from April through June, having one-on-one meetings with them to see where they are, making sure they're on target.
When they're done with that program, what do they come out of the iTeach program with after a year or 18 months?
Full license once they complete the whole program. The iTeach program also, what's allowed me to hire the 9 people that I have hired, has given them a provision. They're eligible for a provisional license, meaning they've taken the foundational courses that VDOE has approved, and they take the praxis. If it's a course that requires praxis as well, then they get the provisional license. But once they complete the whole iTeach program, they will have a full license.
That includes practicum and student teaching while they're in the iTeach program, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Principals have to sign off on evaluation or observations, and they have to hold on to that for auditing purposes. But yes, that's part of it as well.
Before I give Board Member Slingloff a second.
Madam Chair, ma'am.
Yes.
Dr. Avery, you referenced $1,500 signing bonus. What was that for?
That was to hire for our hard-to-fill positions, math, science, English. And one of the things I did not mention, critical shortage. So the state identifies positions that are considered hard-to-fill, critical shortage positions. And those are the positions that were $1,500 bonuses. And in 2 of our schools, we actually did $2,000 bonus because those had higher vacancies.
You have a list, Dr. Gordon, of those critical positions, like listed out for each school? Or a way we can obtain one?
Yeah, we can get the list for each school. Right, so as Dr. Avery said, once we see that we have a school that has a higher number of vacancies, that was part of the reason why we increased the sign-in bonus. But we also want to ensure that once people sign on and work with us, they don't leave after 1 year. We try to lock them in for multiple years. And as Dr. Avery stated, the state actually identifies the high needs or critical shortage areas. So for us, it's English, it's basically all of our core classes outside of history, but it's also special education. And Dr. Avery's not tooting our horn enough here, but the Human Resources Department and Dr. McNair have worked together to try to encourage several of our teachers to add the special education endorsement. And we've also offered to help pay for that. But again, folks are a little hesitant sometimes. And so one of the things that, before you got on the board, Mr. McGee, Vice Chair McGee, one of the things that the board has tasked us with is the career switcher model, which kind of alludes to what Mr. Riddick was talking about at CCAP, which the state has now been able to pass additional licensure pathways to expedite those individuals getting certified. So the provisional license is going to be that first level that allows them to teach. You basically, in most cases, have 3 years or so. But what Dr. Avery has done with the iTeach program is we've expedited that to 18 months, to 2 years max. So we are trying to address this in multiple areas. And one of the things that I do have to mention, that's also part of the reason why, we have partnerships with Virtual Virginia, why we use Edmentum, because across the board, there's just not enough. So with Dr. Bird's team, Dr. Lee, and the teaching and learning team, we're also working on trying to have teachers to potentially have courses that can be taught in other schools virtually. But we also have to make sure that we don't go over the seat count necessary for that teacher. So, you know, I wanted to be able, and Dr. Avery, you can feel free to jump in here when I'm done with this statement. I want the board to know that all of our ideas have been successful, and there's fluctuations. As you all take a look at the personnel report, you also notice that we have a lot of individuals that have had to move because active duty, because of what's going on. Also because there's a lot of healthcare issues within the family. Healthcare issues within the family has probably been the number one and why we have lost some folks. But we also have a lot of people that are coming in. The majority of the months that we've had this school year, we've actually had a positive delta for the number of people that may have resigned for whatever reason, for the number of people that the Human Resources Department has brought in. So I just wanted to state that on the record. And Dr. Avery, just anything you want to add to the narrative I just provided, feel free to do so.
Dr. Gord, what you just shared, that actually is the number one reason why people have left the division was for health reasons is what's been identified. And I would like to also point out, we have hired since the start of schools, since the first day when teachers return on August 12th, since that date, we have hired 40 teachers, which is phenomenal given the times we're in. We are consistently thinking of ways to think outside the box. We understand the importance of providing the best for our students. Every decision that's made in the Human Resources Department is with the student in mind.
Madam Chair.
Hang on a second, because Mr. McGee wants to finish his question, and Board Member Slingleff had already requested, and you've spoken twice.
I appreciate that feedback, Dr. Gordon and Dr. Avery. What I want to make clear, definitely not knocking you guys. I really think you guys are excelling when it comes to recruitment. I'm a big fan of the I Teach, and I think a lot of the incentives you guys are going after are helping. My question with the 1,500, I guess, ties back to what I was talking about earlier when it comes to end-of-year funds, for funds that were allocated just for hiring. You know, could we get aggressive, a lot more aggressive with those critical positions? Again, protecting our, you know, having a continued service agreement, maybe spreading that bonus out over years, but instead of the 1,500, hey, these are critical positions we need filled. Let's go, you know, for someone senior, let's offer a $15,000 or $20,000 bonus.
But again, if I may, Dr. Gordon, when it comes to funding and meeting with Ms. Forsman, that is always a topic of conversation of what we can do for bonuses, for recruiting and retention. Of course, funding and where it comes from and so forth makes a difference. But I assure you that with Ms. Forsman, this is a conversation that we have very regularly on what we could do for bonuses, for retention, because what we are not going to do is where we're at now. We have to retain. We have to focus on retaining the quality staff that we currently have. But I assure you that is definitely something we talk about regularly.
Dr. Avery.
Yeah, and just to add to that, we are, so it's two things, Ms. McGee. We definitely want to be able to increase that sign-in bonus, but we have to be careful with it going over 2 years because they officially don't start until the next fiscal year. So I've heard you talk about this, you know, earlier today, and you know we've went as high on some things in the past as 2,000, 2,500, depending on the subject. So that's something that we can take a look at. In the conversation that you and I had about, you know, we say November, February, May, of kind of providing you all some ideas of what we may spend money on. But just to reiterate, as we know, when you and I discuss, Ms. Forsman doesn't know until April, May. And so we can take a look at, okay, if we are going to use more money for signing bonuses, that means that, you know, something else infrastructure-wise. Because I think you guys can tell, everything that we basically are doing with these year-end funds are infrastructure-related because we don't have preventive maintenance money right now. So that's kind of the trade-off. But we can definitely take a look at increasing that signing bonus to make it more attractive for our people to be here.
Board Member Slingleff.
I just want to clarify any misunderstandings. The questions that I asked are not because I'm questioning whether we're hiring qualified people, whether we have good long-term subs in place, whether they're effective at their job. It has no judgment on any of the processes or the people. And you're correct, Dr. Gordon, that I did ask for this report last year. But as I looked at this report that was put on here, I thought I didn't have a big enough picture of what this meant. So my question was, I want understanding to know if we have these vacancies. It would be helpful to see where our vacancies are, what subjects are we struggling with filling, and then what subjects do we have long-term subs in. I just want a better picture and understanding of where we stand as a school division. And I think that is something that as board members we should be looking at. I mean, surveying the staffing to see where our needs are. I believe that's one of the items in Virginia Code. So to have just the numbers, these are just numbers to me, it would mean more to me to be able to see where where our greatest deficit is, particularly in the core subjects. So I'm just simply asking, and I appreciate all that you all are doing to hire. I'm very excited that you've added the additional 40. You know, a couple of the numbers that you put out there that were a bit curious to me is, so you said there are 59 currently in I Teach. Is that what you stated?
I teach, yes,
In
ma'am.
I Teach. Are they long-term subs that we currently have now that are pursuing licensure?
Not all 59 are long-term subs. Some are paraprofessionals, so obviously with building from within is what we're trying to do. Some are paraprofessionals, and I want to say 13, don't quote me, but I want to say about 13 are actual current teachers that we have hired as teachers with provisional licenses, and they are taking their courses through I Teach versus a college in order to get their full license.
So, I mean, I'm excited. I hope we can convert all 59 of them to be certified teachers. I think that's excellent. Of the 18 that have been in their subject for 2 to 3 years, are they predominantly? Did you mention that they're in like math and in the science STEM? Or again, I'm just trying to get an understanding of what it looks like, because numbers are just numbers. So I want to get a feel of where we're at in our schools. Particularly when I look at my schools, I want to know where are the deficits. We're out in the community, and it's encouraging if we know that there's a strong need for math teachers in our schools, or, you know, then it's encouraging to say, hey, and when we meet people, we have needs here, to have a better idea of what we're trying to fill rather than just numbers and empty spots. So
as I said, we'll get you the breakdown, but I can verbalize the breakdown to you if I kind of give you like the exact numbers, but I know that Dr. Avery will be able to do that, and we'll try to put that on the 27th agenda as an information item at the bottom, okay? You know, at elementary schools, they teach all subjects, right? So I think we're all clear on that one. For our secondary, English, math, science, special ed. Those are our top 4. If you look at any school division in the country, Ms. Lindell, they'll probably say the exact same thing. And,
sure, absolutely.
You know, and our highest vacancies are in math, special ed, English. Now, so we do have some folks that have some dual certifications. They're like a rarity. But I think one of the things that Dr. Avery said is the board, you all have voted for retention bonuses the last couple of years, right? That has helped, because her key statement was we are not going to out-recruit the vacancies. So now it's really about keeping who we have. But that's why I wanted to kind of give that caveat to the conversation Mr. McGee and I were having about when people leave, they're leaving because someone's sick. When people leave, they're leaving because someone got orders. You know, I mean, these are the things, you know, that we're looking at in the military community. And the third one, I should have mentioned this earlier, Ms. Lingler, and thank you for helping me think about it. The third one is we had a lot of teachers that started together. So now we have a lot of teachers that's retiring at the same time. I mean, that's just kind of, unfortunately, where we are. So we will be able to give you all, in those categories, Dr. Avery, math, science, English, and special education, we'll use those 4 categories, and they can kind of already see the breakdown of the vacancies at each school. But this way, the board will have an idea of these core subjects, which are also our high need and tough to fill ones. They can have an idea specifically what they are.
Also to say, in addition to that, as you're mentioning that you have several coming down the pike, if there's hopeful that you have some that you believe you're bringing through the program for those, it would be nice to know that as well, to kind of have an idea that you already have your sights set on where you might fill some of these with some of the individuals that you already have coming down the pipeline. That would be very helpful too. If I may ask that, Dr. Gordon, something to that degree, I don't know if that's
But,
possible.
so we got to be careful because they may want to go to a different school.
Okay, fair.
As long as they stay within SPS, that's all we
Okay.
really.
Yep, that's fair. Thank you. I appreciate it very much.
Okay, 1 second. Does anyone have a question that hasn't spoken yet?
I don't have a question, but I'd like to submit something for consideration. Dr. Gordon, Dr. Avery, I submit this to you all today for consideration as a possible mechanism to attract teachers. If we can look at some type of, and please get the totality of what I'm about to say, some type of partnership between Suffolk Public Schools and the universities that is in our 7 footprint that would reflect, hey, you're currently an education major. You come and teach for us now. We could possibly send the same little bus we rode this morning to one of those campuses, pick you up, get you to your teaching, offset your college tuition, and put some money in your pockets. No district in the 757 is doing that. There are student educators who are struggling how they're going to pay for college, who want to be teachers, who already understand the learning processes. If we can just look into it, is it feasible? Versus just saying no, and we haven't done anything. Is it feasible? Could we make it work? Because like Dr. Gordon said, and this is true, there's a national shortage of teachers. I don't care how many reports we get, we're not gonna solve that problem because it's a national shortage. People are getting out of education. You've seen Saturday Night Live, so you know why. If we could just explore that option, that's all I'm asking. Explore, and if you can bring it back, is it fruitful? Is it too costly to do? What could we possibly scale it down to look like? Bertie County have housing assistance. I said this before when I was fighting to keep the Freeney Avenue School. We got to think outside the box. Is it a developer building apartments that we might could subsidize first month's rent, or we pay deposit if you teach us, or something of that sort? We got to think, like you said, outside of the box. So thank you all for what you have done in retaining and attracting our teachers.
Do you still have something briefly?
I wanted to follow up on a statement that Dr. Avery had made about that health is the number one reason that educators are leaving. My question to you is, are we tracking not just the primary reason, but do we track secondary and tertiary reasons as well? Because as we look at these, as the personnel reports that we get each month, you can see that many times teachers don't just put one thing down. They put down multiple reasons. And I'm just curious, understanding that health is one, but health could be impacted by maybe the secondary or tertiary reason that they're leaving the district as well. So I'm just wondering if that's something that we are looking at and analyzing, and if that would be something that the board could see as well. Why are we are trying to retain and recruit. The retention part of this is really important. It hurts us when we get a 10, 15, 20-year veteran that leaves, and some of it we can't stop. Retirement is retirement. We can't, they've taught 25, 30 years. They've done more than their fair share. I know some of them do come back and do the long-term teaching or come in and teach part-time to help out. But I'm just curious, if we can look at that data more closely, because I know that if we could retain the talent that we have, then we wouldn't be as stressed out at the recruiting end of this and trying to get educators. And we retain what we have, there's less, training involved, and there's less, having to prepare them and get them ready because they already come to us with the skill sets and the licensures that we need.
Board Member Brittingham, I'm going to ask something for clarification because I'm a bit confused. Like you acknowledged, we get the personnel report, and it has boxes, and sometimes the boxes say health issue, health issue, health issue, retirement, retirement, retirement. So we have records of the primary, secondary, and tertiary. We see what they see. So what is it you're asking for?
We're saying as a district that health is the number one reason, but health can't be the only thing that's going on. And my question is, as a board, can we see all of that together and say, okay, yes, health is the first one, but these are some of the other ones? Because if we're not dealing with the reasons why people are leaving or trying to figure out, what we can do to offset that, then we continue to lose good personnel. And that's the only question I'm asking is, yes, you've identified health as the number one, but are there any other secondary and tertiary reasons that we should have on our radar screen that we are planning for and trying to put mitigative things in place so we can retain those educators?
I think Dr. Gordon spoke about us living in a military community, and we have absolutely nothing we can do to mitigate PCS orders. It's just,
No, there's not.
they are. And then retirement, I would say it's much the same vibe or mindset that's reducing the number of people going into education that are making it so that teachers want to retire sooner. And I don't think we can mitigate that very quickly either. So, I mean, beyond those top three, I'm just trying to gain a clear understanding if you're asking for something specific here that we don't already have.
We get them on a monthly basis. Data that you look at to say, is there anything else that we can do to hold on to these educators?
Are you asking for a personnel report to be given annually in some form or fashion
I mean, it would be helpful.
versus, us printing 12 months worth of personnel reports?
I mean, I certainly can go do that for 24 or 48 months, yeah. Not just we as board members, but is the division tracking that?
I'll yield to Dr. Gordon.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dr. Brittingham. So yes, we do track that. That data that we receive for the reasons why people leave drives three things. First, it drives our climate and culture focuses that we have within our departments and buildings. Second, it drives the incentives that many board members have talked about here. Third, it drives the professional learning based on what staff is saying that they need in order to feel more comfortable staying here. So when you see us provide you all with our reasoning on why we're doing certain programs or having certain professional learning topics, it is because that's what the data says. Like, that's literally what the cabinet works on. That's literally what our principals work on. So kind of to Ms. Howell's point, if you want to have some, offline discussions about specific things, I think you all do get the information. And I didn't want to try to put an additional burden on the Human Resources Department, which is, as you all know, extremely small, to try to compile more reasons than what we already have provided to you all. We know what the top three are. We also know that sometimes people leave. The fourth one is probably people leaving for career advancement. We've seen that too, of course, because when you have those shortages, it's not just in the teachers, it's probably in every role. You have more opportunities out there that sometimes do not allow you to stay in the school division. So I'm willing to have an offline conversation, Ms. Howell, about that, and Dr. Brittingham.
Any further questions or discussion on this topic? Okay, there being none, we can move on down the agenda to number 4, discussion regarding the first semester discipline update. There is an attachment with that as well. And again, Board Member Brittingham asked for this to be added, so I'm going to ask her to provide context.
So again, this was a report that was provided to us at the end of last month's meeting. And like the previous discussion that we just had, I just feel like this is something that as board members that we should have a discussion about. It's wonderful that we had information provided for us at the end of our meeting last month. But that data indicates, that we've got some rising areas of discipline issues. And I think as a board, we need to look at that information and figure out, what else can be done, particularly since what we're seeing has a lot to do with disrespect to staff members and looking at the rise of some of these things, you know, what are we putting in place? How are we working, you know, to ensure that the classroom teachers are getting the kind of support that they need, especially with certain areas of discipline issues?
Okay, so to give some specific target questions, having discussed with Dr. Gordon where I thought that this was going based on conversations with colleagues, one question, I guess, to answer is, we see a pattern of discipline issues in two particular schools. Have you identified the cause behind that, and what is the response to that?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to call Dr. Rodney Brown, Chief of Administrative Services, to the podium, as Dr. Brown annually provides a discipline report to the board in August, also lays out the strategies that we're going to use to reduce any areas of concern or specific schools that may have some challenges. As the board is aware, and this might be new awareness for you, Vice Chair McGee and Ms. Fields, we've had probably about 3 consecutive years where our discipline has dropped. We are seeing a little bit of a spike at a couple of schools this year that I'm going to let Dr. Brown speak to. We are also in the 1 month that we usually have our largest spike of the year, and all of our principals have been made aware of that based on the training that Dr. Brown and his team and the communication from Dr. Burden's team that we focus on the month of March. Sometimes it's called March Madness for multiple reasons. So Dr. Brown, you want to be able to answer what Dr. Brittingham brought up and the leading question from Ms. Howell on what we're doing to kind of decrease some of these discipline infractions.
Absolutely. Madam Chair and board family, before I even say that, I got to say thank you to the teachers, first of all, and the staff there, because when you look at this report, it's a lot of good work, right? And we got to also recognize, Ms. Howell, you mentioned you teach Sunday school. I can assure you, they don't come in there, sit down, hold their hands, and don't do anything. Everything our children are experiencing in this community, they bring with them in that classroom. And these teachers and that support staff do a fabulous job. Sometimes they don't get it right all the time, the students, but we got to take them where they are. And I hope the passion comes out, because I'm very passionate about this. But I am grateful to what the schools are doing. There were 2 schools in particular that obviously that's on this report. Wow, they're a little bit offset from first semester and second semester. I'll start with one of the elementary schools that have these numbers that are a little bit offset. We went from 79 last first semester to 251. What is going on, right? So as we began to pull the layers back, we realized 15 students. The school has 700, I believe, about 700 students. 15 represent 100 referrals. 15 students. And they represent 5 or more referrals. So those kids are being targeted. Those kids, when I say targeted, we're getting them in touch with Western Tidewater. We're getting them in touch with our other provider. We're having groups. That's when I came up. I got one back there. They came up here. I got both of my behavior specialists that are intentional about working with these students and supporting these teachers. That's just one thing that we saw. 85% of the students at that same school did not receive a referral. 85%, no referral at all of this year. The classrooms, they have increased. We saw 39 classroom incidents in this building. This year, it went to 93. So we're recognizing there's some of the teachers in particular grade levels and lower grade levels. These aren't all our 5th and 4th grade. These are smaller kids to where these teachers are now, we're building their capacities. That particular school has had 3 in-services as it relates to classroom management since January. And we're just in March. They've had 3 to target. They've also participated. We got some staff that's not veteran. Let me say it like that. These are staff that come with some inexperience. So it is a gap there, and we got to help bridge that gap. In that particular grade level, I believe just the other week, he sent 2 to a training just to target that. So the principal is working hard. This is the other thing that I saw, because we're looking at total incidents. We saw 30 bus referrals last year, 67 this year. Bus referrals came from 2 routes, 67. Now, let me also, Mr. Riddick can help me with some of this. Those 2 routes go to a split community, okay? One of these bus drivers, they are out. We got family medical leave, we got health problems, we got a lot of problems. So for efficiencies, they combine the buses. And we found, looking at that, the referrals come when that driver's not up there. So what we've done is identified a person to ride on the bus to help support those kids as they arrive. Short ride, but the kids that are doing things. So we did see that at our elementary school. So we think that's driving. Playgrounds. We saw an increase on the playgrounds. So as we peeled the onion back, one particular grade level has an increased grade level. So for example, they had 3 grade levels last year. This year they have 4 grade levels. Students' grade levels generally go to PE at the same time. So now I got 4 classes outside at the same time. So now we had to reshuffle some resources in the buildings to give them more support when they're outside on recess. And so those 3 things alone accounted for most of those. Of course, the schools, Dr. Miller and his team has worked very hard with the teachers and supporting the teachers. Let's move to the one middle school I think we also alluded to that have an increase as well. Another trend that we saw, 1 grade level. 1 grade level accounted for 144 of 192 referrals. 1 grade level. As we started to look at this particular grade level, same thing. The grade level previously, veteran teachers, 10 to 15-year veterans, very supportive, no problem. This one, he had a couple first-year teachers in his grade level, so we have to build the capacity of those teachers in that grade level. Kids are a little more active. This is middle school. We've also found areas within the building, so what Mr. Smith has done is reassign our support staff, the S3s, to those areas where those kids are being misbehaving. So more support there, more opportunities to help the kids, more opportunities to help the teachers. We haven't seen increases in the other 2 grade levels. Those 2 grade levels, they were decreased. Where it is also building capacity of those teachers and providing that extra support. Both of my behavior specialists are here tonight. They're active in that school. They're having groups with students. They're also working with teachers. That's their primary role, to help them offset some of that. I don't know if I answered. Did I answer your question? I hope I did.
And I was trying to summarize for the group,
Okay.
the discussion we had.
Okay, so that's basically what we're looking at, and we saw that the GLOs overall middle school went down. Overall, we did have 1, but overall middle school went down. Very pleased with what we saw in our high school. We did see a decrease in our high schools. Now, in this report, I'm not going to sit here, and I'm very transparent. Dr. Gordon knows this. I don't hide things or sugarcoat things. Kids are vaping. Kids are bringing vapes to school. You can look at the second page and you can see that. So we are, and we think it's not necessarily that they are using vapes. We are catching more kids who are in possession of vapes this year as we have in the past. Now, we think that has a lot to do with the training of our S3s, our daily checks when they come in and check the bags. Also, we think having the principals present doing these checks. Now I have the security team is now more thorough. When we're also doing audits for these teams. See, they don't just do checks and we say, okay, you're doing it. We audit them. 2-week span, we look at video. Because I know you're going to do it when I'm there. But if I'm not there, what are you doing? So we audit these schools periodically to ensure that these checks and everything are done with fidelity.
Anyone have additional questions?
Dr. Brown, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Dr. Brown, great presentation. Thanks. It sounds like you really have a beat on everything, and I appreciate that effort. Back to the middle school, when you guys identify, say, that grade level, and they're having, are you guys having admin in that school shadow those classrooms more to help those junior teachers? You know, like what's being done to help those junior teachers learn how to have better classroom management skills?
A very good question. And one of the things that we do, and teachers are similar to students, right? Research shows students learn from peers. My daughter, I could tell her something, she's not going to listen. Her sister, who's a few years older than her, can tell her the same thing, they're going to get it. So administrators do come in and check for capacity, check for things that's going on, and they do support. But we also have people coming in coaching them. That lady right there that's sitting there nodding her head, she's one of the people that come in and help support those teachers. That young lady sitting in the back there, she has groups and has also in services and support with these teachers. So it's a team approach that come in. We try not to overburden the teachers with different things, so we do observe. And then we always communicate with the administrator, so then they can support that teacher in the efforts to, decreasing the behaviors and everything. And we got to take them where they are. Some are here, some are there, so we take them where they are, and we build that capacity.
Thank you, sir. And Dr. Gordon, just so you know, I want to say this to you. Thanks for allowing this. It really does bring understanding, to see that there's remediation in place, that you guys are going after these upticks, that it's not falling on deaf ears. And I think as a board, it really does help and make us feel good. That way we can tell folks in the community, hey, our guys are getting an effort. They're getting after it, and there's nothing to worry about. We'll look at the next report, and if something comes up, we'll address it then. But this makes me feel good, Dr. Brown, that you guys are, really addressing this and taking it serious. So I appreciate you.
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to say thank you as well, Dr. Brown. It shed a lot of light, and it's very helpful, everything you shared. So thank you for sharing that with us.
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to say that we witnessed something today, those of us who took the tour, and we went to a particular middle school, and we were there doing changing of classes, grab-and-go lunch, and we saw that there were administrators in the hallway. And that's something that we had, I know me and Mr. Riddick, years back, we had talked about that if you had people in the hallways at those particular places where we said it was a lot of commotion, or to be another word, and everything was pretty smooth today. And I just want to say that I thank the staff, I thank you all, and I thank the ones in the school and the principals for making that change, because with those administrators and staff in the hallways, it lets the students know that, we're not taking any mess, and that you're here to learn, do what you're supposed to do, and all the fighting and everything stays outside. So thank you so much for that.
Further comments or questions? Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Brown, for being on top of things. Moving on, number 5 on our agenda under new business is bus driver applicants VDSS acknowledgement form. To give you some context, in February, I believe it was February 11th, I attended a bus driver association meeting, received a lot of great feedback, suggestions, questions, concerns. One of the staff from transportation was actually there and pointed out that the difficulty for her is that she can hire and offer a job to someone, but it takes weeks for the background checks to come that are done outside of our purview, obviously. And so these folks are having to go on and get a job somewhere where they get income immediately and not wait several weeks. And so I discussed this with Dr. Gordon, who discussed it with Attorney Waller, and he presented to me that our teachers have a form, the VDSS acknowledgement form, that they sign when they're offered a job, that they are affirming they do not have a criminal background relating to children. Am I correct? And they are able to start their work while the deeper background check is still being conducted. But with our bus drivers, we were not offering them that form. They were having to wait. And so, in collaborating with Dr. Gordon, who collaborated with the attorney, the suggestion came up that to assist with our staffing issue for bus drivers, it might be a reasonable solution for the board to consider that our bus driver applicants can also sign this form affirming they don't have a criminal background in crimes against children. They start work, they receive their training, and they're receiving pay while the background check, the deeper one, is hopefully being conducted eventually. And hopefully that backlog will resolve as well. So that is the context for this being on the agenda. I'll yield to Dr. Gordon if he wants to give any other context.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think you pretty much covered it very well. And Ms. Howell is exactly right. And Mr. Rick, I know you and I have talked about this as well, where there is a backlog for fingerprints. And we've had people that have had to wait as long as 6 weeks to receive. And by that time, we've actually lost some candidates that have had to move on. This will allow us to at least be able to start the training. And we can also use this form, because you did sign it, if the things do come back for immediate dismissal. So I did want to make sure that was clear as well. But I think you covered it very well, Madam Chair.
So is there a motion to approve bus driver applicants using this VDSS form? Sure. Sure.
I want to make sure I'm understanding this form correctly. Are we saying, because the words, and I'm listening very closely to our word choice, are we saying they're pretty much signing that their background is clear and we're allowing them to work based off of their own statement?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
So they're signing the form. They're still getting the background check.
I know
Right.
that. I'm just saying we're allowing them to start work based off their own statement.
In signing the form, we're allowing them to start the training.
So we're not doing any type of vetting other than just, can you pretty much sign the paper and we're going to go ahead and start putting you to work?
Dr. Brown, I know that Ms. Avery had to leave, but in your prior role, if you wouldn't mind kind of addressing that, because I know there's other aspects that we do for criminal background checks.
So a couple things. One, to Mr. Riddick's point, every employee attests that everything on the application is true and facts. So that's the first thing. So that we always go through CPS, criminal background, all of that. So that's one layer there. What I'm thinking the conversation is there are two forms of background checks. So one is a criminal background check. That's the fingerprint. We get that back fairly quickly, as long as there's nothing up there. That will be done, if I'm not mistaken. I believe that's going to be done, the criminal background check. That's done for all employees before they work. So the one that is for the paperwork, that is the CPS form. So that's the form that now they have to attest, because that's the one that takes months. Now, keep in mind, generally when there's a person that has a CPS finding, they're going to have a criminal case, because it's always done together. But it's two separate backgrounds. The criminal check will be done. That's going to come back clear. That person can come to work. The CPS is the one that takes longer time for them to come back.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that we are doing a background
That
check
is correct.
before
So
we
it's
let
two
them
forms
start.
of it.
We're just not waiting for the deep dive background
For
check
the
to come
CPS.
back. Right.
CPS just does one. You know, now the sex offender, we got that. We can get that the day they come in. The criminal one, that's going to take, generally it takes now about 2 days to get that back. If it goes beyond 2 days or a week, something's got to come up there. But generally what happens when that one comes back, we hope that is on the application and we already know about it, is when we get them back and it's not on the application and we deal with that. But those employees don't work until we get that background check, criminal background check first. That's the primary one. It's this other one that takes a little more time. I don't know why, maybe limited resources, but that takes a little bit longer. But that first one is done, it's already there.
Got you. Thank you. That definitely eased me a little.
So we can affirm they don't have a criminal background before they begin training, but this is specifically looking, basically from the Virginia Department of Social Services, if they've ever been founded, accused, and convicted of child abuse and neglect specifically. And that's the one that's taking 2 to 6 weeks. Okay. Other questions or discussion?
Madam Chair, Mayor?
Yes.
Now, this check that we're waiting for CPS, is that just for the state of Virginia, or why would a criminal conviction not be in their overall criminal record? Can I get a little more fidelity on that, please?
Sure. While Dr. Brown's on his way up, I'll point out in the last paragraph, this one that takes longer is coming from the Office of Background Investigations in Richmond, Virginia. So it
That's
seems
state
to be
police. That's a very
specific
thorough
to
state police background, so you can be anywhere. You're going to come, it's gonna come back if you have a charge anywhere. The one, sometimes what I think that some people may be looking at, if they just search just the state of Virginia database, that's not what the state police criminal background checks. So we'll get backgrounds or any charges that that individual has.
So I guess my question is, the initial background that we're doing, what is that looking at? That initial one? Like, how much? I'm just trying to, for my own understanding.
So any job that you go and you use fingerprints is running through a state police database. So if I have a charge in North Carolina, it's going to show that I've had a charge in North Carolina. I have a charge. It's not just Virginia. It's a national database. It's a fingerprint. So that fingerprint is going to go through the national database, state police. They do it. That's what the initial check is.
And if I may, it's any crime. It's any.
If you are convicted of
conviction
any
of
crime
any
that
crime.
requires you now, and minor traffic violations, that may come up there, but if you are fingerprinted and you're convicted of a crime, it's gonna come back.
Whereas the second one is specific to child abuse or neglect, and that is the one that's delayed right now.
I guess my concern is child abuse and neglect are both criminal charges. Why wouldn't it appear in the first one?
Mr. Waller, you want to answer that maybe?
There could actually be an administrative finding of abuse and neglect that never makes it to the courts,
Not criminal.
not criminal.
Thank you, sir.
Other discussion? Go ahead, Ms. Fields.
I'm wondering, I'm thinking about a person who has signed this form and said that they don't have any CR, what is that? That's
No charges of child abuse or neglect.
right, no charges of child abuse and neglect. What if, and they start working, and then something happens? How are we opening ourselves up? I'm thinking, how likely is it that we could be sued to the hills because they really did have a charge, but they just didn't tell us about it, and something happens? I mean, how does that put us in jeopardy, some kind of risk?
Attorney Waller, if you want to.
There's always that possibility, and there's always that risk that could happen, and that there could be some liability attached as a result of that. I guess what you have to do is weigh the likelihood versus the need to get them working. And I guess in this situation, it has been determined that the need outweighs the risk. And so for that reason, they're recommending it.
Madam Chair, can I add something to that as well? And thank you, Mr. Waller, for that. And it's a great question, Ms. Fields. One of the things I also want you to, and the board, to think about is we also look at the total number of individuals in the employee group. So that total number of individuals also helps us to determine the risk. So with us having 1,150 teachers, you actually have a higher risk than having 110 bus drivers. Just, sheer numbers. But we still treat things the same way, where when the information comes back, it's the same thing that Dr. Brown spoke about. This means you lied on your application, you're terminated. And if there is a situation where there is some type of abuse on the bus or something like that, we handle it just like we do all other employees. So the risk or the seriousness or the liability is actually going to be the same for any teacher, any staff member, any custodian that we have. but this is actually one of our smaller employee groups, so it kind of minimizes the risk a little bit.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I move that we table this item to our next school board meeting for March 27th to give us time to come to some consensus or have conversations, ask our questions, versus having this item submitted to us tonight and we take action on it tonight.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Okay, the motion has been made by Board Member Riddick to table this item until March 27th. It's been seconded by Board Member Fields. Is there further discussion about that particular motion?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I didn't get to make a comment. I just want to make one comment. I appreciate the idea that there are less bus drivers than teachers. My only concern, and I too, like Board Member Fields, was concerned about the liability of it, the chance that they could be alone with students. My greatest concern is when you're in a school with teachers, there's probably a lot more accountability because there's more people around. And I know that you can certainly isolate an individual child if you wanted to, but on a bus, are the majority of our bus drivers are solo on the buses? Is that correct with the students? So if they do all their drops and they get to the last bus stop and there's one child on a bus, there's an adult potentially alone with a child. So I guess that gives me a little less comfort than if they were in a school with people flowing through the halls and the bathrooms and in the classrooms. So that would be my hesitation, I think.
Sure, I understand. I'll let Dr. Gordon offer some feedback about that specific situation.
Correct, and we definitely understand it, especially when it gets to the last stop, Ms. Linglove. All of our buses do have video. It also includes audio as well that protects both the staff member and the student. God forbid that anything ever happens, but we do have those measures in place for that reason.
Go ahead.
Possible then to implement an extra degree of safeguarding if you have a bus driver that is on that, I don't want to say probationary period, but if they're on that period where we're waiting for the background check, where there could be an extra safeguard implemented for them, where we're reviewing the video from their bus routes, or there's a second person added to the bus route. I know that kind of defeats the purpose if we're trying to add, drivers, but they don't have to have a CDL if they're a second person on the bus. Just something to consider since we're giving it a little bit of time to think about.
I think I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
No, go ahead.
I think the potential of adding an additional person might be something that we may be able to look at. But again, so I do want to just make clear, this is only for when we have applicants coming in. And as you all take a look at the personnel report, you can kind of see there's like 3 to 4 people that are actually kind of going through the process per month at a time. And then we end up having those spikes, as Dr. Brown talked about, with people out in FMLA. So that's something that we can look at about some additional safeguards. I will be honest and transparent and say the challenge is going to be then finding some people to be the bus aide, so we kind of create another issue. As Ms. Howell had said earlier, this was something that this wasn't our suggestion. This is something that came from the bus drivers themselves, from the Transportation Association themselves. So I was comfortable bringing it to the board for discussion because this was a recent change. Because originally we had this in place until maybe 2, maybe 3 years ago. We had it so that everyone was doing the VDSS form. But then we made a change. The board made a change, which is fine. The challenge now compared to then is we got the bus driver shortage issue. So this was a suggestion from the association that Ms. Howell attended. I think Mr. Riddick was there for a short time on the phone. And after she had some conversations with me and we talked about it doing an agenda review, Mr. McGee as well, that's why we decided to put it on there for board action.
Yes, sir.
The recommendation actually came from one of our transportation staff. When we get to this situation here, adding additional persons to ride the bus pose other barriers. We're already short-staffed on aides. And then there's a financial application in which how we're going to pay them, because it increased our budget. I understand that we're kind of at the wire because we've been short-staffed bus drivers ever since I've been on the board for the past 6 years. Even when I was driving buses back in 2013, we were short-staffed then. We have to be careful when we hastily make decisions. The board made the decision to change things for a reason, a solid reason, 3 years ago, a valuable reason. We didn't make that decision overnight. It took us time to make that decision to change. I ask that this board take the same time and count up the cost before we make a decision that appears to speed up our flow of pipeline employees when we don't know all that could be potentially involved with this. Let's vet it out some more. Let's have a fruitful discussion with our Dr. Gordon and Attorney Waller to see how we can maneuver in the best way for the greater good and the safety of our students and staff.
Okay, so the motion remains on the floor to table it to March 27th. Are there further questions or discussion?
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes.
So this, I want to give the board some insight. So when it comes to risk management, right now, we're looking at our kids. They're our critical assets, correct? The vulnerability is the new hire unknown bus driver. The risk management that Dr. Gordon's suggestion is we're doing a background check. We're eliminating a lot of risk right there. That's mitigating all the risk of the unknown factor of an individual's background. We're having that full criminal background before they get offered a set of bus keys. So the only risk that's left out there, from what I'm gathering from my understanding of this secondary check, is administrative type hearings and proceedings. So I'm not sure what the concern is right now when the background, the fingerprint that's going across national databases, checking them in the sex registry and for all criminal offenses. What's the concern right now for not doing this? I'm not understanding it.
I mean, I can speak for myself, Madam Chair. We're making a hasty decision. Just listening to the conversation from the board less than 5 to 10 minutes ago, a lot of board members were confused as to what it meant, how the process it would be rolled out. Even in the explanation of the form, it wasn't clearly defined. So I'm not saying I'm against it. I'm not saying I'm for it. The only thing I'm asking is that we take time to give us time to make a sound decision, not a decision that is made of at the night that is suggested. Let's chew on it. Let's have those conversations. So therefore, if you're out talking with constituents, as this board has made a practice of engaging constituents, if you're out talking to them, it's something that we can effectively articulate our position behind it versus, well, I was kind of unsure, but then I was won over by an explanation. I mean, let's do our homework thoroughly with this. And regarding the incident, the person, regarding what caused the change in policy, it wasn't a bus driver. It was someone or something somewhere else within SPS that caused the change. So to make this swift move, I think it would be ideal to just delay it for a week. I don't think we have anybody that, is not going to immediately put someone on a route tomorrow or before the end of March with the way training goes. Just take the time and vet it. Ask your questions. Because oftentimes we make decisions here and we leave and, I could have asked, or give us time to ask the questions.
Mr. Riddick, may I clarify, in delaying it, what is your anticipation of how it looks that we do our homework? Are you talking about we individually are emailing the attorney? Are you talking about this should be well, we won't have a work session on March 27th. Can you give me some guidance as to what you anticipate we should be doing between now and the 27th?
I mean, between now and the 27th, I'm going to pick up the phone. I'm going to have a conversation with the attorney. I'm going to have a conversation with Dr. Gordon, but I will also have conversation with stakeholders in my borough regarding this particular topic. Be mindful. Trying to choose my words. Be mindful. Just last meeting, we was talking about time as to whether we supported a bill or not. And now here we are with our children's safety, and we're ready to make a decision tonight for something that was just submitted. I think it was only Board Member Jenkins and I that were on the board at the time when something came up that required us to make some adjustments. I think the other board members need to, in my advice, take time and vet through the process before you make a decision tonight. And vetting through that process is you individually contact the superintendent, contact the attorney, and reach out to other board members and have those thorough conversations versus making a decision tonight. I don't think we would put transportation at a severe disadvantage than what they already are at by delaying it to March 27th.
There's a motion on the floor to table this until March 27th. Is there any other discussion? Because I think we're approaching the point to vote. Okay, there being none, we're ready to vote on tabling it.
Board
I
members,
second the
please vote.
motion. Was it second?
Valerie seconded it.
Board Member Dr. Brittingham,
Yes.
Board Member Fields,
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins,
Yes.
Board Member Riddick,
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove,
Yes.
Vice Chair McGee,
Yes.
Board Chair Howell.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay, thank you. Next up on the agenda, give me just a second here. It looks like we are to discuss the possible scheduling of a joint meeting with City Council on April 9th at 5 p.m. In City Council chambers here. That was proposed in a conversation that I had with the mayor. I specifically requested that our joint meetings not be the same night that they have a city council meeting to hurry to, and I specifically requested that they not start before 5 p.m. because at least two of our board members work full-time jobs that are not flexible. And considering all of the meetings they have on their schedule and all the meetings we have, and I looked towards our committee meetings to the best of my ability, this was the date that we landed on. And so it's before you tonight to approve it or not. So, is there a motion? Do you want to discuss it before there's a motion? Okay, Mr. Riddick.
Madam Chair, not to be selfish or anything, that's my birthday. I know my wife have some plans that she's already changed for. Was this the only date suggested to the board? Well, was this the only date discussed? Or were there multiple dates and this the only date that has been presented to us?
The mayor threw out some dates to me, and I looked back over our meeting schedule, including our committee meetings, our spring break, and there were several options that I knew that we wouldn't be able to do, or if we chose that, it would burden your schedules with other obligations we already had as a board, separate of a joint meeting. Other questions? Concerns, comments?
My concern is that there's two meetings that will be lengthy, back-to-back, April 9th, then we come together on April the 10th, then we come back on April the 24th, and then there are committee meetings in there as well. I know it's going to be a packed meeting, but if the consensus of the board is to move to April 9th, I'll just have to adjust my schedule.
Thank you for your comments. I understand that, and I also understand, even though this is the first official month, we're having 2 meetings per month, because last month was technically the traditional budget meeting at the end of the month. Our schedule is busier, just by the fact that we have 2 meetings a month, which means I have 2 agenda reviews a month, in addition to the 2 board meetings, in addition to the committee meetings, and then the citizen advisory committees that I attend. So I understand your frustration. I can assure you I didn't receive a date from the mayor and say, okay, that works for me. I received information. I gave feedback. I explained what didn't work and why it didn't work. And like I said, I requested the time be amenable for those who do work full-time.
Madam Chair, I appreciate your efforts, but I want to be clear. I don't want the narrative to be as if I am not saying other board members' schedules is not enough as well. But one thing that we can limit is the amount of information that we do have on the agenda. For an example, tonight it's 10:17, and yes, we're almost done. The purpose of going to 2 meetings a month was to reduce the time in which we spend at our meetings. And even if that is adhering to our guidelines, but motioning it in the beginning of the meeting to reduce the amount of time that board members is allowed it to speak, in order to put a time constraint on those who come to the dais and speak as we do our citizens. Those could be other things that we can more efficiently do with as far as maneuvering time. We sit through a lot of presentations that, well, not presentations, but questions from board members that are sometimes, things that we've already had a discussion on. So I definitely understand, not trying to negate it, but I mean, the agenda review doesn't have to be 2 separate ones. It could actually be done in one setting. So I understand that the time constraints are tight, but I wanted to be clear that I'm not making light of anyone's time or trying to infer anything otherwise. I just want us to be more efficient and to give the board an opportunity to plan, because basically the choice that's set before us tonight is, this is the date you got, and if you don't, we may not meet in April because we got to go back to the drawing board. So that's where my concerns and reservations are.
So with that said, we have an action item here of scheduling a joint meeting. I need some sort of motion, whether to approve it, vote it down, something.
Second.
So it's been moved by Board Member Jenkins to approve this meeting date, and it was seconded by Vice Chair McGee. We've had discussion. If there's any further discussion, let me know now. There being none, we are ready to vote.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham.
Yes.
Board Member Fields.
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins.
Yes.
Board Member Riddick.
No.
Board Member Slinglove.
Yes.
Vice Chair McGee.
Yes.
Board Chair Howell.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. The next item is a cancellation of November 27th, 2025 second school board meeting. That is the 4th Thursday of November, but that is also Thanksgiving Day. Ms. Gardner and I also looked at having a meeting on the 3rd Thursday instead of the 4th Thursday, and that is annually the VSBA conference, where most of our board typically attends in person, and so we didn't think that that was a wise solution to go ahead and schedule it there at the risk that many of us wouldn't even be physically in the city of Suffolk. And so with that said, the suggestion was to cancel the 2nd November meeting, and if an emergency arises, we have a call meeting. It won't necessarily be on a Thursday. We'll figure it out if something arises.
So move.
Okay. It's been moved by Board Member Riddick and seconded by Board Member Jenkins to approve the cancellation of the November 27th meeting. Are there any questions or discussion? There being none, we're ready to vote.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham.
Yes.
Board Member Ms. Fields.
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins.
Yes.
Board Member Riddick.
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove.
Yes.
Vice Chair McGee. Board Chair Howell.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Number 8 is ordinance 2024/25-83, an ordinance amending Chapter 2, Article 2, Section 2-2.6:1, entitled School Board Norms, Protocols, Violations of the Policies of the Suffolk City School Board of the policies of the Suffolk City School Board. First reading and adoption.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I move to approve the resolution with the request that it return to policy review for further revision by taking a closer look at the section dedicated to board member discipline and making appropriate revisions.
Okay,
Second.
so we have a motion on the floor to approve the ordinance with the condition that it returns to Policy Review Committee to closely review board member discipline. Is
Second.
that succinct? Okay, it's moved by Dr. Brittingham, seconded by Board Member Slingloff. Are there questions or discussion? There being none, we are ready to vote.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Dr. Brittingham.
Yes.
Board Member Fields.
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins.
Yes.
Board Member Riddick.
Yes.
Board Member Slingloff.
Yes.
Vice Chair McGee.
Yes.
Board Chair Howell.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Number 9, ordinance 2024/25-84, an ordinance amending Chapter 2, Article 12, Section 2-2.7:2, entitled Appointment to Standing Committees and Foundation Boards, Appointment to Citizen Advisory Committees, Reports by Committees, Number of Committee Members of the Policies of the Suffolk City School Board, first reading and adoption. Is there a motion regarding this ordinance?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Board Member Slingloff and seconded by Board Member Brittingham. Are there questions or discussion? There being none, we're ready to vote.
Board Member Dr. Brittingham.
Yes.
Board Member Fields. Board Member Jenkins.
Yes.
Board Member Riddick.
Yes.
Board Member Slingloff.
Yes.
Vice Chair McGee.
Yes.
Board Chair Howell.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. The final item under new business is payment of bills and payroll, February 28th, 2025. Is there a motion? It's been moved by Board Member Jenkins. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Board Member Fields. Is there discussion? There being none, we're ready to vote.
Board Member Dr. Brittingham.
No.
Board Member Fields.
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins.
Yes.
Board Chair Riddick.
Yes.
Board Member Slingloff.
No.
Vice Chair McGee.
No.
Board Chair Howell.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Moving on to public speakers on non-agenda topics, it looks like we have one speaker signed up, so I will yield the floor over to Ms. Gardner and Mrs. Johnson.
It is the intent of the school board to ensure that the affairs of the board be conducted in an open and orderly manner, that all persons desiring to address the board are afforded an opportunity to do so in the order in which they sign up to speak. That person in attendance may observe and hear the proceedings of the board without distraction, and the member of the board and the board employees are able to transact the business of the board with minimal disruption. Any person addressing the board shall confine their comments to matters germane to services, policies, and affairs of the school board or Suffolk Public Schools. Refrain from words or statements which, from their usual construction and common acceptance, are construed as insults and tend to incite violence or breach of the peace. Refrain from obscenities, vulgarity, or other breach of respect. Comply with the time limit for public comment as set by the board, which can be up to 5 minutes, unless the board, through the exercise of its discretion, decides to allow less than 5 minutes for public comment. Refrain from cumulative and repetitive remarks, and remain from making any comments regarding any pending student discipline or employee grievance matters. The appropriate forum for such matters is the applicable administrative hearing provided by state law or where appropriate court proceedings. Persons must not engage in disorderly, disruptive, or boisterous conduct, such as, but not limited to, making noise, use of profane language or obscene gestures, yelling, or similar demonstrations that interrupt or disrupt the peace and good order of the meeting. Persons addressing the board may deliver to the board or its clerk written materials, including reports, statements, exhibits, letters, or signed petition, and may also make any use of any charts or graph during their verbal presentation. The school board welcomes comments from the public as appropriate. Board members will listen to comments but will not comment, deliberate, or take action on them. The school board chair may direct the superintendent to investigate items and report back to the school board at a subsequent meeting. The chair or other presiding officers shall preserve decorum and shall decide all questions of public order subject to appeal to the board. At the request of the chair, the city A city police officer shall act as sergeant of arms at tonight's board meeting. The officer shall, under the direction of the chair or other presiding officers, have charge of the meeting area, the area and corridors adjacent thereto, and shall prevent disorder or interruption of the business of the board. Our first speaker is Terrence Park, HB 1824, the substitute optional African American history course for satisfying graduation requirement, recently passed by the General Assembly and awaiting action from the governor.
Mr. Parks, are you here? Come on up.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Dr. Gordon, greetings to you all. I'd like to speak on a non-vote for last month's meeting, House Bill 1824. The measure was to permit students to substitute the African American History course or the Advanced Placement African American Studies course for the Virginia and U.S. History course for the purpose of satisfying the history and social studies credit required for graduation. I must stress that these substitutions were optional, and I believe that that word optional was kind of lost in the vote. The vote ended at 3-3 with one abstaining. I found it disheartening that something which is completely optional would have any opposition at all, especially when it was pointed out that students already take history courses in the 4th and 7th or 8th grade, and that the substitute courses are more rigorous than what is already required. It gave almost a feeling of spite, as if to say, if we don't want it, you can't have it either. I hope that wasn't the case, but thankfully the measure passed in both chambers of the General Assembly and is currently awaiting action from the governor. It was pointed out by a board member that African American history is U.S. history, and while that statement is true, the vast contributions to this nation aren't proportionally reflected in curriculum nationwide. Students should know the name William Tucker as well as they do Virginia Dare. When they hear about self-made millionaires, Madam C.J. Walker should come to mind just as easily as Carnegie, Ford, and Rockefeller. Lewis Latimer should go hand in hand with Thomas Edison. Guyon Bluford and Mae Jemison should come to mind just like Alan Shepard and John Glenn, or the African-American computers that put them into space. Or that along with Oppenheimer, there was Edwin Roberts Russell on the Manhattan Project. You can currently go into a store and on the aisle, you'll see cans with Chef Boyardee, but you don't know anything about Lena Richard, the first female African-American to have her own cooking show. I wonder if students are even taught that Daniel Hell Williams performed the first open heart surgery, or that Thomas Jennings was the first African-American to hold a patent for what is currently dry cleaning. As a child, I learned about the Red Baron. I was a grown man with a child of my own before I learned about Roscoe Brown, the first Tuskegee Airman to shoot down a German jet. I was fortunate enough in my adult years to actually meet 10 of the Tuskegee Airmen and hear history from their own words, an honor that most people didn't get a chance to. These are just a few examples of why African American history shouldn't be marginalized any more than it already is. Would the board have decided the same if Ruby Bridges or Lieutenant Colonel George Hardy, who was the last surviving member of the original 355 Tuskegee Airmen, Viola Fletcher or Leslie Banningfield Randall, if they were still standing here right now, would the board decision have remained the same? All of those people I named are still alive, but they're not going to be here forever. I implore you to remember how this country was built and the Baxters did a lot of the heavy lifting, that they barely became a footnote in an important history. In 2025, the fight for a seat at the table should long be over. We shouldn't even have to fight for an equitable share which served at the table, but here we are. And in case that failed vote was unconsciously or consciously related to the pervasive attack on all things DEI, as educators you should know that when you take away diversity, equity, and inclusion, all that remains is homogeneity, inequity, and exclusion. Please don't send us back to the 1950s by negating history. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Banks, Mr. Parks, I apologize. Thank you, Mr. Parks, for your time and for hanging in there with us so late. That concludes our public speakers' time. That's the only one we had on the list. We will now have business by board members. I'm going to start over here to my left with Board Member Fields, Board Member Jenkins, and then we'll rotate back over to Board Member Slingluff.
Okay, thank you, Chair Howe. I'd like to just say that this has been a productive week for me productive time between meetings for me. I did get a chance to visit with Dr. Gordon's what Dr. Gordon arranged for me to meet with the principals of the schools that I represent. So I got a chance to meet with Dr. Taylor at Florence Bowser, and they did get a chance to meet Mrs. Dildy as well. I really enjoyed meeting with Jill Paraski at Creekside and Amber Reese. I was able to meet at Fred Cherry. I was able to meet with Dr. Davis, Mrs. Looney Gill, and Mr. Castine. At Nesman River, I met with Dr. Green, and I waved in at Mrs. Paul. And in Nesman Shores, Northern Shores, I was able to meet with Dr. Banks and Samantha Burrow. All of those were really good meetings. We had some really good discussions. I was able, it was a different feel to meet with them in person. You get a feel for the individuals, and I think that we have some very qualified and motivated principals and assistants who are working in our school systems, and I was really grateful to be able to thank them for all that they've done and for all that they do, because it was active. It was active in those buildings during the times of my visits. I am grateful again for this board and the collaborations that we're able to have, and I hope that we'll keep moving in that direction and not have division. I'm still reeling about the Department of Education. I can't. It boggles me. It boggles my mind to know that there are so many of our students who need the supports that that program provides. It's not in favor of it. Has not expressed their support of it. I hope the members of the community will recognize that and know that that's what we're dealing with, that's what the issue is, and come out. I invite the community to come out, express your support, let your voice be heard in this chamber, because it is very important. If you don't participate in the proceedings, then you get what you get, and it might not be what is best or what would meet your needs. So I, especially the constituents in my borough, I invite you to come out and let your voice be heard in this chamber. I look forward to the week coming up, and we'll start again.
Board Member Fields, Board
You're
Member
welcome.
Jenkins.
Chair. I just want to start off by saying it's an absolute honor to be elected to represent the Cypress Borough, and I don't take it lightly. I take pride in the opportunity to learn of what we're supposed to do as a board member and to follow and carry out those duties. And it is an honor to serve the constituents in the Cypress Borough, and whoever comes forth and need assistance. It's an absolute honor, and I always tell you my protocol is when you come to me, I go straight to Dr. Gordon because I don't have the answers, and even if I think I do, I want it to come from him, not me, because I could be wrong. And I just want the staff to know and all the administrators that I appreciate everything that you do. We cannot operate without you. I appreciate our students and our parents and whoever the guardians are that get our kids up every morning, make sure they're on the bus and they come to school. And happy National Women's Month. And so to all the women's, you rock. And I just want to, the person that spoke, he spoke on some things, and I just want to say, with the vote that took place at our last meeting, I got a lot of calls about that, about the African American history courses, and just to say, when you dry your clothes, that was invented by African American. When you're hot in the summer and you put on your air condition, that was invented by African American. Your elevators in the malls where you go in the hospitals, we thank God for that African American who invented that. The traffic light that some of us run sometimes, that was by African American. And we cannot negate the contributions. And like you said, it was an option. You were right, it was an option. And so to say that we don't even have an option was sad. And a lot of my constituents and a lot of other people's constituents contacted me. And so we just have to, you vote the way you want to vote. I vote the way I want to vote, but we all in this together. And that's the only way we can move forward, if we work together and not against each other. And you all have a great weekend.
Member Jenkins, Board Member Slinglow.
Well, I wanted to first start off just by mentioning what a great day we had today. Dr. Gordon, I thank you and your staff for accommodating the board members today when we took a tour on the minibus from CCAP to Kings Fork Middle School, and then from Kings Fork Middle School to Hill Point, and from Hill Point back to CCAP. And I wanted to thank the principals at all of the schools. I mean, Dr. Laguna Foster at Kings Fork Middle School, Dr. Miller at Hill Point, and also Principal Bond at CCAP. Very grateful for them accommodating us. I know that takes a little bit of time out of their schedule, but it was an excellent day. We had a wonderful lunch, topped it off with an amazing lunch from the culinary department there at CCAP. So I want to definitely thank those students who took the time to make that dinner for us. And also wanted to commend at Kings Fork Middle School the ambassadors that gave us a tour around there. All those young ambassadors, they were just very energetic and very relational and talkative, and it was just very fun to communicate with them and just to hear their thoughts. And on that note, there were several teachers that I got from them, so I don't want to leave anybody out, but there were several teachers that they just really, really, really loved off the top of their head. So I just want to give a shout out to Mrs. Copeland in the 8th grade science at Kings Fork Middle, Mr. Russell in the 6th grade science at Kings Fork Middle, Ms. T, who's 7th grade, oh, sorry, I forgot what class that was, Ms. Banks, who is also, I believe, a keyboarding teacher there, or she was the PE, I can't remember, I'm getting myself a little confused. Ms. Joyner actually was the PE, and Ms. Smith. So they were very excited about those teachers. They love their school, and they had many, many wonderful things to say. But I also want to thank all the teachers that let us pop in and interrupt their class today so that we could observe. They were very, happy to have us come in, and that was a joy as well. So additionally, I had the opportunity to visit Nansemond and River High School with Chair Howell, and so I want to thank Principal Green and I think it was Dr. Branch that gave us the tour there. That was wonderful, and I'm very grateful for that. And I will top it off with just saying one of the highlights of my day as well today is when we had lunch. I had the opportunity to spend some time talking with Dr. Bird, so thank you for your company at lunchtime. So thank you very much, and it was a great day. Looking forward to another great 2 weeks before we meet again.
Board Member Riddick.
First and foremost, I want to, as I've always done, express gratitude for the constituents in historic Suffolk Borough who work hand in hand with me to accomplish a lot of the work that we get done. And oftentimes it's telephone conversations, Starbucks, even though I don't drink coffee, Starbucks, or, just getting together and having a conversation. Anyone who know me know I meet with anybody. I don't care about your political affiliation because I wasn't elected just to represent those who represent me. I was elected to represent all of Suffolk, but specifically represent those from my borough. Today has been a very eventful day. As a board member who has been up here for 6 years, we've been here, right? 6 years. Today's tour was monumental. Oftentimes you approve a budget, but you rarely get to go back and see some of those things that you heard the staff fighting for or saying we need this, seeing it in operation. You know you got it, but you want to see it in operation. And today, I was just so excited as we, took a tour on the buses that we encumbered because of the supply chain that was holding us up. Excellent bus. Don't even need a CDL to drive it. We can also, it solves a lot of transportation issues with just that purchase. To go into Hill Point Elementary School, Dr. Miller did an outstanding job pointing out innovative ideas and things that his staff has taken the initiative to put in place at Hill Point Elementary School. To see those desks that Dr. Gordon lobbied and advocated for be put into usage, to also see how our classroom capacity and our school capacity versus building capacity, to see it in real operation, to have that understanding that, yes, on paper, you may get 23 kids in this room, but the functionality of the room would only be conducive of 18. So when you're having these conversations with your colleagues on city council, you have firsthand knowledge now. You've seen it for yourself. You have appreciation and understand it. To be able to see that roof that Dr. Gordon and Ms. Forsman worked, and Mr. Napier, don't want to leave him out, worked hard advocating for. Brand new roof, made the whole school look brand new at Hill Point Elementary School. Then to have the honor of challenging and driving with Miss Fields as we was using the modeling and simulating technology that it really feels like you're driving the big rig dump trucks. I'm not talking about your quad dump trucks. I'm talking about the industrial mega trucks that you see at the steel scrap yards that are used when they're unloading all the stuff at the harbor down there in Chesapeake. But it's outstanding to see these things in place. I said it before and I'll say it again. Suffolk Public Schools, we got it going on. Yes, there's a small smidgen of challenges that we have. And if we keep the main thing, I'm sure we'll work and fix those too. If we keep the main thing, which is students. But to see this stuff put into action today, it justifies, it validates to me the budgets that we approved over the years. To see the student engagement, I like organic visitations. When, I'm walking down the hallway and the teacher don't know I'm coming to the room. Not that you're catching anybody in stuff, but you like to see kids take stuff and work with it when they don't think you're watching. And to look in the room and see how the students was engaged. Even as I peeked my head into the ISS room, I saw students engage with learning. They weren't cutting up. They were engaged, doing their work. To walk through and just see how everybody was, as Board Member Jenkins stated earlier, was on their post. When we took the tour of a school, the administrators was present and accounted for. The teachers were present and accounted for. And it makes a difference when you see where the dollar has gone versus just seeing it on the spreadsheet. And I want to say, Dr. Gordon, I'm calling names, might miss somebody, but I'm going to take this chance anyway. Dr. Gordon, Dr. Bird, Ms. Forsman, Dr. Skinner. That's Dr. Taylor, right? Who that? That's not what my eyes messing up. I'm getting old. Dr. McNair, Dr. Brown, Mr. Napier, and Mr. Littlefield, and all of those who work with you. Dr. Branch isn't here, but Dr. Branch as well, and Dr. Pichon, all of those who work with you and you, thank you. Because when I came to the board 6 years ago, I see a total different program. I see our school system making monumental progress. Dr. Skinner, man, you are doing an outstanding job with CTE. And as we were talking today, SPS will be second to none, and you heard me say it first, because we are going to invest in our children and continue to invest in our children. I'm going to stop there. Thank you all so much. This is why I was fighting for us to get out, to go and look at the schools ourselves, because it dispels a lot of false, I ain't going to be politically correct, I'm going to say it what it is. It dispels a lot of lies when you go see it for yourself. And today was monumental, and I know this won't be the last. Thank you all so much.
Board Member Brittingham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening to the parents, students, educators, administrators, and citizens of Suffolk. I'm honored and I'm privileged to serve as a member on the Suffolk Public School Board. It is with deep gratitude that I recognize the responsibility entrusted to me in this role. Through God's grace and His unending mercies, I've been given the opportunity to work alongside dedicated board members in our Division of Administration. God's faithfulness has blessed me with the opportunity to govern and advocate for students, families, educators, and support staff of our community. The Lord has allowed me to learn much about Suffolk Public Schools during my tenure, and over the past 2.5 years, I've gained invaluable insight into the many facets of Suffolk Public Schools. I've witnessed the remarkable achievement of our students, excelling academically and athletically. Many have earned prestigious internships, CTE certifications, apprenticeships, pursued military careers, and gained acceptance into esteemed colleges and universities across the nation. Furthermore, I've come to deeply appreciate the unwavering dedication of our educators. These highly qualified and experienced professionals make daily sacrifices to provide students with a rigorous and enriching education. Their commitment extends beyond the classroom as they shape and mold the minds of the next generation with passion and perseverance. They approach their work with seriousness and tireless dedication, ensuring that the sundry needs of their students are met. While our school division possesses many strengths, we also face significant challenges. However, I firmly believe that both our students and educators deserve the highest level of support and advocacy. It is my privilege and my honor to fight every single day for students, teachers, and parents. As a board member, I'm committed to ensuring excellence in student achievement, school safety, instructional initiatives, athletics, fine arts, advanced placement opportunities, special education services, and a wide range of education and supporting programs that Suffolk Public School provides and offers. As the Holy Neck representative, I am dedicated to using my time, energy, and expertise and governance skills to enact positive change. Efforts to intimidate and silence my voice, though, through poorly written policy that not only violates my First Amendment rights, but also conflicts with Virginia Code, will be confronted at every avenue. I remain steadfast in my commitment to making common sense decisions that serve the best interest of our students, even when those decisions are met with opposition. I firmly believe in the potential of Suffolk Public Schools, and I'm honored to contribute in some small ways with its growth and success for such a time as this. Thank you and have a good evening.
Vice Chair McGee.
Hey, good evening. Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm going to be real quick. Just want to say thank you, Dr. Gordon. Thank you to your team for the awesome work tonight. Thank you to all my colleagues up here on the dais. I really appreciate the discussion, the back and forth, and moving forward. I want to give a shout out real fast to the Kings Fork High School debate team. I saw that article. Man, they look sharp. That is a good picture. not sure if you guys have heard it, Coach Dr. Gordon for winning the Region 5B debate tournament. And they are in the Suffolk Herald. So if you get the electronic version, take a look at page 10. They have a nice write-up for them. I also want to give a shout out to Lakeland High JV. They played their first scrimmage tonight out at Churchland. They won 25-0. So good job, girls. I'm helping coaching that team, so we'll be out in Manor tomorrow for our second game. So if you're not doing anything, come out to Portsmouth and take a look at us. Lastly, I just want to say thanks to all the teachers, educators, all our staff members, bus drivers, cafeteria workers, food service. Thank you for all the things you do that go unrecognized. A lot of names out there to recognize, but, you know, it would take forever. And lastly, I want to say, hey, you know, when I ran for this position, I ran because I know in my heart, when I'm making decisions, I'm making them based off what I believe are the right things to do. I don't hide from my decisions. My personal cell phone is public. If anybody has an issue with my decisions, pick up the phone and call me. I'll meet anybody, anywhere, at any location of your choice and have a conversation. I welcome that. That's the only way we'll grow. In a position like this, you're not going to make everybody happy. I'm going to make mistakes, but, you know, I want to learn. I try to listen to my constituents, but there are fundamental, foundational beliefs I have that, you know, people know me. And I feel like I give things a fair shot. I listen to both sides. When I'm sitting up here, you know, we're told it's all about achievement, right? And it shouldn't be about politics. But unfortunately, you know, the world we live in, our local school boards have been politicized, and politics have crept in. So, yeah, these are tough decisions we're making. Not everybody's going to be happy. I stand by my decisions. And if anybody would like to have a conversation, like I said, feel free to give me a call. I'm available. I live in this city. I care about this city. Your students, my students, we go to school together. My wife teaches your students. We're in this together. I'm coaching kids. And I think at the end of the day, we all have, you know, the same vision that we want the best for all of our children, especially coming, you know, in the public school system. So with that being said, thank you, Madam Chair.
Welcome. Good evening. Very briefly, I wanted to thank Mr. Carr, Edward Carr, for chauffeuring us around today on my favorite kind of bus. I will miss him on graduation day because he typically chauffeurs Miss Byram to and from our graduation ceremony. So I'm thankful for him to have gotten to see him today. We've already mentioned the administrators that welcomed us into their schools, and I am also thankful for them. I was very impressed by the student ambassadors and how articulate they were, and even though anxious, some of them, they overcame that and they did their job today. So that's something to be very proud of. We were blessed by the culinary arts program again. It was delicious, a fine dining experience, and I'm excited to see what their future holds. A big thank you, of course, to Dr. Gordon and Ms. Gardner for launching what needed to take place for this day to happen, so thank you for that. Another thank you to Ms. Forsman and her team for your presentation today and attempting to summarize and translate into English for us things that are fairly complicated, but I appreciate your time and the amount of effort and heart you have poured into Suffolk Public Schools for as long as you have. With that said, at this time, our board comments are closed. We need a motion to go into a second closed meeting, a brief one.
Madam Chair.
A motion is needed to go into a second closed meeting pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711 of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act for the purpose of disciplining Board Member Dawn Marie Brittingham and issuing her an oral reprimand for having violated School Board Protocol 2-6.6:1B5, which is authorized by Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A1.
I'll make a motion to move into second closed session.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Vice Chair McGee and seconded by Board Member Jenkins. Is there any discussion? There being none, we're ready to vote.
Board Member Dr. Brittingham?
No.
Board Member Fields?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove? Vice Chair McGee?
Yes.
Board Chair Howell?
Yes.
Motion passed.
As a reminder, leave your personal devices out here. This should be brief.
Provisions of the Virginia
Mr.
Freedom.
Waller, Mr. Waller, 1 second.
Sorry.
Ready? Resolution of certification of the closed meeting of March 13th, 2025 pursuant to Section 2.2-3712 of the Code of Virginia. Whereas the School Board of the City of Suffolk convened a closed meeting on this date pursuant to an affirmative recorded vote and in accordance with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act. And whereas Section 2.2-3712 of the Code of Virginia requires a certification by the school board that such closed meeting was conducted in conformity with Virginia law. Now therefore be it resolved that the School Board of the City of Suffolk hereby certifies that to the best of each member's knowledge, number one, only business matters lawful from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which this resolution of certification applies. And number two, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the School Board of the City of Suffolk.
Madam Chair, I move to approve.
Second.
Second.
It's been moved to certify the closed session and seconded by Board Member Fields. There being no discussion, we're ready to vote.
Board Member Dr. Brittingham.
Yes.
Board Member Fields. Board Member Jenkins. Board Member Slinglove. Vice Chair McGee.
Yes.
Board Chair Howell.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. The action is required on the second closed meeting. The action being that a verbal warning was issued. So I need a motion? No? Don't need anything? So we're done. My apologies. There's information items at the end of the agenda for your review. This meeting is adjourned.